All right. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. So glad that you're here with us today on this wonderful Monday afternoon for another week of Good Trouble in Advocacy Arena. And I'm going to go ahead and get the conversation started with our greeting, of course. Welcome back to Advocacy Arena's weekly live chat where we gather to inform and inspire civic engagement each Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central. And we're just going to be here making noise, continuing our commitment to start the week with some good trouble, necessary trouble, to help one another stay informed, inspired, and uplift our civic engagement, which is so critical right now. We're in the middle of a very, very important election season. And I want to thank you all for continuing to support us, to join us, and participate and amplify the initiative of Advocacy Arena each week. So, without further ado, I am going to turn it over to my fabulous co host, Soul Sister, to allow her to say hello and get our conversation started today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am glad to be here again in Advocacy Arena as we kick off our Women's History Month. And I wanted to share with you, and I will put a few news items up in the nest in just a moment. But I wanted to share with you a story that I ran across last week that just brought me so much joy. And it was from the Essence magazine, and it was about Black women in the Wild West. And you may not know, but please excuse my panting dogs in the background. It is it is unseasonably warm here, and they've been running around, so you can hear them in the background. I'm so sorry,
No,
but
you're fine. I really don't hear anything.
oh,
So let
they
them
seem very
join in the
loud to me.
conversation.
They seem very loud. Anyway, growing up, I was very much a child who was introduced to new things because that is really, it was a goal of my parents and of other parents that lived on the block. And so I got the opportunity to go see a black rodeo. And let me tell you, I just fell in love with understanding the history of Black people in the West and the role we played. And so when I saw this story, it was just like a treasure for me. So it's there's a reality that Black and Indigenous people made up a sizable percentage of cowboy groups, and we're rarely highlighted. We're not the ones that they made all the old Western shows off of. But when I see them, it reminds me and it brings me back that same warm, squishy feeling in my inside. And so I was just so happy to see this story being promoted by Essence magazine. So there were several people that were mentioned in the story, but one of them was Mary Field. She was a formerly enslaved woman known by the name of Stagecoach Mary or Black Mary, and she was the first Black woman to carry mail, and she became a legend. She was the second woman, but like I said, the first Black woman to carry mail. It was said that she fought off a pack of wolves with a rifle. Wolves nor male thieves stood a chance against Stagecoach Mary. She was known as a hard drinking and quick shooting and cursing woman. She wore men's clothes often, actually all the time, basically. She was born in 1832. Her exact date and place of birth is not known, but historians pinpoint her birthplace as Hickman County, Tennessee. So there you go, Miss D, a little Tennessee connection there for
I
you.
knew we had some connections there.
Right. So after the Civil War, she ended up in Ohio, working at a convent, and it was this. She dispelled the notion that Black women were subservient and quiet because she loved to smoke cigars. She wore men's clothes. She had a bad temper, especially if you got on her lawn after she had done her groundskeeping duties. And so, she did have some difficulties there, but she was befriended by the Mother Superior Amadeus Dunn. And so Mother Superior protected her and kind of took her under her wing. It didn't mean that she changed her ways. It just meant that, she kind of tried to keep the complaints about Mary down to a quiet hush. And when Mother Superior Dunn moved to Montana to set up an Ursuline convent, she fell sick, and Mary Fields headed to Montana to help her out. And so she nursed her back to health. But she was still Mary. Mary was still Mary. And, the complaints kept coming. And this time they reached the bishop. They reached the bishop because her and another employee of the convent, a male janitor, had a disagreement, and they both pulled guns on each other. And after that, that was just a little bit too much. That was the final straw. And so they kindly asked her to leave. But, she left, and she did odd jobs, and had set up some businesses. And she eventually got a contract with the Postal Service, and she became a star carrier. And that just meant that she was a general contractor where she wasn't directly considered a postal service worker, but she was her own boss. And her stagecoach that was necessary for her job was donated to her by Mother Superior. And off the story went. So despite her reputation, she was well beloved by locals and was known for her kindness to children and her generosity. And when she died, December 5th, 1914, her funeral was one of the largest the town had ever. She never changed who she was. She remained the strong woman who would be seen as not having good manners, but could definitely hold her own. And I just found that story endearing. And I know we've seen the character being played out in some westerns that have been done as of late that featured Black people. And I just really wanted to highlight her as one of my favorites. Another one is Cathay Williams. So before Mulan, there was Cathay Williams. Williams is credited with being the first African American woman to enlist in the Army by disguising herself as a man. Even after being hospitalized 5 times, no one discovered her secret. And so she enlisted in November 1866. She was born in 1844 in Missouri. Her father was a free man, and her mother was enslaved. So she was considered enslaved. And so, like many of the enslaved people, during the Civil War, she became a Union Army camp follower. And so she would cook for the troops, and she did laundry. She was 17 at the time when she began this part of her career. And by the end of the war, she was 22, and she enlisted, and she posed as William Cathay just by switching her name, her last name and first name. And she served in the 38th U.S. Infantry Regiment, and it was only one of six segregated regiments at the time. And their primary job was to protect the construction of the Intercontinental Railroad. And at that time, she was monitoring between Louisiana and Texas. Unfortunately, she contracted smallpox, and so she had to drop out. But as soon as she recovered, what did she do? She signed up again, and she rejoined her same regiment, this time in New Mexico, for the railroad's east and west continental connection. But her smallpox complications ended up, she ended up having to constantly be under a doctor's care, and it was eventually discovered that she was a woman, and she was honorably discharged in 1868. And she moved then to Fort Union, New Mexico, and no one knew her story. And later on, well, later then she moved to Colorado, and no one knew her story. She was working as a seamstress, and she just remained anonymous until 1874. A reporter from St. Louis Daily Times had heard rumors about her, and did some digging and published a story about her 2 years later. So because of these complications with the smallpox, she continued to have conditions that plagued her for the rest of her life. She was diabetic. She lost all of her toes. She suffered from neuralgia. And by 1891, she was not only very, very sick, but she was also pretty destitute at the time. And she applied several times for medical pension from the Army, but her claims were denied. So her service to the Army had been recognized, but not. She saw no benefits from it. Um, the Global Association of Buffalo Soldiers Recognition and Writing Club Association did end up honoring her 115 years later in 2015, and a monument bench for Private Cathay Williams on the Walk of Honor at National Infantry Museum in Columbus, Georgia, was elected in that same year. There is no true known death date for her, but it is believed that she died between 1892 and 1900. So if you get a chance, like I said, I'm going to put a few things up in the nest. I hope you take a chance, take the opportunity to read some of it, and fall in love with our African American women, and men. But it is Women's History Month. The same way that I did. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who is joining us today, and I look forward to another amazing conversation with you guys. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. I am so glad that you highlighted these awesome women of history, and I love that they're African American, and I love that it is not your typical areas of achievement where we are noticed and get recognition for. So, great job there, and I look forward to delving into those articles. I knew some of that history. I hadn't seen the article, so I'm looking forward to, reading it. So thanks again. You did an amazing job as always. And we do have Joseph up, and I know that he has some information that he wants to share with us. But before I go to him, I just kind of want to give a little rundown of the stories that are percolating in my mind and that I want to bring to the attention of our advocacy arena community, because we are, or we aim to be, well informed. And here are some of the top stories, and we'll see where the conversation goes after that. We may delve deep into some of them, and we may not touch on any of them at all. But of course, yesterday marked the celebration of the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, and Madam VP Harris was there. She also made a significant speech while she was there, addressing the issues in Gaza. And we had a humanitarian aid food airdrop that took place recently in Gaza. And the VP is also going to be meeting this week with Israeli Defense Cabinet member Benny Gantz, to again try to address the situation there. I'm moving on to some media and journalism issues. I would like to say a media fail for sure, and no one will be surprised, because CNN had a special on highlighting Nashville last night with Van Jones. And he, of course, tried to both sides the issue here. I have not seen it myself. My son texted me that it was on, but I was in the middle of an interview and I couldn't watch it, but I will look for it. But I've gotten some recaps, and it's pretty much what I expected. Like I said, a big fail, because while he interviewed, highlighted the Tennessee Three and some of the things that were going on, he also interviewed some of the worst actors, fascist actors that we have here. And he did not really point out the awfulness of what they have done, what the bills and things that they are trying to pass. And so, again, a media fail. Also, something that, because we had a lot of news happening last week, not the least of which was McConnell resigning from his leadership role. But this story, I think, did not get enough attention because there were so many big stories like McConnell resigning and the Supreme Court's decision to take up the immunity case. But the former guy is being sued, surprise, surprise, by his co-founders of his media company, United Atlantic Ventures. And it's because he's trying to dilute their shares because they finally got approval for a big merger, which will be profitable for them. But of course, he's trying to make sure that the people who helped him found this media company are not profiting. So he's being sued. And moving on to issues of education, of course, we have a continuing fight here in Tennessee and in Texas with the voucher program, the privatizing of public schools. So much news around that, and the battle continues. But recently, y- you're all aware that Florida did away with the Black History AP classes. I think that was last year, but they have a bill now. I think that it's ready to be signed, but they are passing the teaching. So you don't want Black history taught, but now they want to teach a class on communism, starting at the kindergarten level. So yeah, make it make sense. And then they also had another assault on the DEI programs, and on Friday fired all of the staff at University of Florida who were employed in those offices. And we'll continue to follow that story. The Alabama IBF story continues to, keep us looking at that. And we know all of the effects that it has on women's reproductive health care and rights across the country. And Florida's measles outbreak continues, and it's not being managed well. And I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but the former guy at one of his many rallies or speeches promised to actually defund schools that are requiring vaccinations if he gets into office. So these are the dangers that we continue to face, that we need to continue to be aware of, that media continues failing to, keep us abreast of, trying to both sides things. And this is just not normal times. It is not a normal election. This is an election not between Democrats and Republicans, but really, truly, without hyperbole at all, um, between good and evil, between freedom and fascism. That's the choice that we're facing. Climate crisis continues to be an issue. The fires in Waco are still going on and causing a lot of damage and havoc. And then we move into the judiciary and the court issues. Of course, everyone knows that SCOTUS made their ruling. I don't think anyone was surprised about him being able to stay on the ballot in Colorado. The immunity hearing, when they took that up, I think there's something that's supposed to happen later this month. I forget that date, but the final hearing, I guess, is April 22nd. And we know that that timing is kind of designed by default to continue to help the former guy evade accountability. The Mar-a-Lago case, Cannon is still aiding and abetting him and delaying it. But what I found interesting is that, I think he and a lot of people, just general public, thought that perhaps if he could stretch these cases out, that he would not have to face trial if it got into a certain window because of the Department of Justice's, it's not a law, it's just a policy that they have, a precedence that they have. But that really doesn't apply to him because he has already been charged. And that policy really applies to an individual being charged within a certain window of an election. But he's already been charged. So I have some articles up in the nest about that. Like, there is nothing saying that they can't go forward with his trial. And of course, the case in Georgia wrapped up where they were trying to disqualify Fannie. I think that was a big fail on their part. I don't think they had any burden of proof that was substantial. But what they did do was to help to continue to sully her name and reputation, which is kind of the goal. And that is part of the goal with all of these cases being delayed by the former guy, just gives him more time to continue trying the case in the court of public opinion. And the New York trial, of course, is moving forward. And let's see what else. Talking about fascism, Orban is going to be making a visit to Mar-a-Lago. That should disturb us all. It should be getting more media attention because, we know about Project 2025 being the blueprint for Republicans to dismantle our democracy. Well, they have a couple of modern examples that they can follow, and Viktor Orban is one of them because Hungary is now considered to be an illiberal democracy, meaning it's really not. And, he has been a keynote speaker at CPAC. They've had a CPAC meeting in Hungary. So we need to pay attention to that. And let me see. Of course, tomorrow is Super Tuesday. So I want all of our good troublemakers out here in the community to continue getting the word out, to encourage everyone to vote, to be informed voters.
And
Uh,
vote for a person.
Thank you. Yeah, that whole thing. And let's see what else we have. The GOP had their hearings last week with Hunter, and I think that was a big fail. And I love Swalwell for getting it put in the record on, who actually should be, being impeached up there. That was so funny, his questioning. And then, of course, they had a hearing on Secretary Austin, but, President Biden has said unequivocally that he still has faith in him and supports him. And we know that they are not serious about governing. It's all about performative politics and issues for them. And then, of course, we had the dueling visits at the border, um, both President Biden and the former guy. And without fail, of course, the former guy was there pictured as though he was with Border Patrol, but just kind of like his union photo op, they were not real Patrol people. So again,
So
nothing,
ridiculous.
exactly, nothing new there. Then dark money. Let's just kind of, I want to put this out here. There is an article about the North Carolina AG Association funding one of the Dem candidates. So you know that is not a Democrat for us. And I talked a little bit about a story last week about them doing this. So we need to keep an eye on those types of things. And I just want to call your attention to the fact that not only Soul Sister shared great stories about women in the Western era or cowgirls here in America and them being African American, but I want people to also remember, in addition to it being Women's History Month, it is also National Social Workers Month. And we have some social workers amongst our community, and one of them, a well known voice, is Ellen Z. And I had the great opportunity to interview her, and I have put the interview. It is on the Spotify channel. I still have to get it on the YouTube Advocacy Arena channel and Substack. But please take a listen to it and share. It is very vital, important work that social workers do here in our communities. And I'm hoping at some point in our conversation today that she will be able to come up and join us and share a little bit more about that. But please do take a listen to what I think was a great interview. And I think I'll shut up now because we do have two great speakers up here. I'm looking forward to hearing from them because, of course, it's Super Tuesday coming up, and I want to hear from Joseph and then Geechee. So, Joseph, you have the floor.
Hello, Ms. D. Thank you so much. Hello, Soul Sister. Thank you for that great information you provided. I had seen a story about Stagecoach Mary here on the app some time back. Sounds like a fascinating. Just thank you for sharing her story. So I'll get started with some points that Ms. D I mentioned to you earlier. A couple of takeaways from my visit to Arizona a couple of weeks ago, and they have to do with a couple of failures of the Fourth Estate in Arizona. So the first one is one morning I was up kind of early. So I had watched the local, which was KPNX, which is the NBC station in Phoenix. They did a story about how there was that the administration had made a grant of over $70 million for Arizona's water infrastructure, and that particularly it was going to benefit some of Arizona's underserved community. Now, I was watching the news for probably close to 2 hours, and they only mentioned this story once. There were some other stories that they mentioned, I would say at least two, maybe even three times within the course of 2 hours. But this story, they only mentioned once. And then later in the day after I got to work, I checked on their Twitter feed to see if they posted it up. Nope, they didn't post it on their website. And then I checked other major news outlets in Arizona. Nobody had posted this story. And I think that's a huge journalistic failure and a big disservice to the people of Arizona. One, water is a precious commodity in Arizona to begin with. And then secondly, when the fact that the administration is doing something to help the water and people don't know it. And then people have the nerve to say, well, this administration is not doing anything. No, the administration is doing things. Your local media is just not sharing information like they're supposed to. So this is why, and I know I to the choir about this. This is why we need to amplify the message, especially from not just from the president or vice president, but really anybody else in the administration, particularly like in the cabinet. So like Pete Buttigieg putting up something, or Deb Haaland, or Jennifer Granholm, or Michael Reagan, any of these important developments from the administration you highlighted, because media is clearly not doing it. So another big failure, which watched on the same channel on the evening newscast, and this story did get track major outlets in Arizona. So the auditor general report saying that there were millions of dollars in lost revenue because of contract that the state had with Saudi farmers that had farmed western Arizona in La Paz County, which is one of the counties that borders California, that they were growing alfalfa and shipping the alfalfa to Saudi Arabia. So the state was not benefiting at all. So the Saudis were getting Arizona's water and the alfalfa, and they were basically, the state wasn't getting any money back from. Now, what this report in the news left out was that former governor Doug, he was the one that let this happen. But since he's a Republican, they're not going to, not going to necessarily paint him in a bad light. But it's an important fact that he was the one who let it happen. And actually, just last week, Governor Hobbs announced the cancellation of a contract with one of these Saudi farming companies. And I know that Attorney General Chris Mays, she has been adamant about, the days of the Saudis taking Arizona's water are done. So this is why elect matter. And this shows failure of the fourth estate in Arizona. And it's such a crucial state, given that it is a swing state. People need to know this. So that's why a lot of times you might see on my timeline amplifying stories out of Arizona, or something that the governor's doing, or something that the attorney general's doing, because people need. And I know we face this on a nationwide scale. So just kind of as an aside, Soul Sister, I saw some Instagram a little while ago that Martha Reed was on one of the local morning news stations, news programs in Detroit this morning. And so hopefully I will be able to find video of that on YouTube, because I am a fan of Motown music, particularly from the 1960s. And Nowhere to Run is one of my favorite Motown songs at all. So it was very nice to see Martha Reeves posting that. So I know we've got a very week ahead. I know our primary here in California tomorrow. I dropped off my ballot. Was it last Tuesday? And then I got a text last Thursday that my vote had already been counted. So I've been trying to encourage some of my fellow Californians to drop off their ballots if they haven't already done so, because the process here in California is just so easy. There's no excuse for not voting. And we will see what happens, how some of the congressional races take shape. I'm hoping that some of my some of the Democratic candidates that I have been highlighting, that they make it through to go to November. And so that will definitely shape my effort for the general election. So I won't take up much more time because I know we have other wonderful speakers ahead. I know this is going to be a very busy. Somebody reminded me yesterday that, of course, the State of the Union, I think, is on Thursday. So
Oh, yes, thank you. That
yeah.
I don't know how I missed that on my list of hot. Yes, yes. Thank you, Joseph.
You're welcome. No, because I was thinking that's like, oh shoot, I have to go to one of my office, San Diego area on Thursday. Hopefully, I will be back home in time to at least listen in to the State of the Union. But I'm sure that the president is going to. It's going to be a very hard hitting. I have no doubts about that. And I've got a feeling that it's going to be a big rallying cry for all of us that want him and Vice President Harris reelected in November. So, with that, I will land my plane because I know we've got a couple of other great cures waiting. So, thank you, Ms. D. Thank you, Soul Sister. And I'll sit back and listen.
Well, thank you, Joseph. And as always, appreciate your insights and your updates about the things that are going on in the communities that you live and work and travel in and about. And I think the Arizona water story is a very important story and is just one aspect of why, like, the person that came in last week and talked about, something, everything isn't about politics. Like, I hate that. Like I told you, I was more angry about that because everything connects back to politics, like our ability to have good quality water and air, and even access to water. Like, literally, this far right libertarian leaning agenda that Project 2025 entails, and that pretty much has taken over the Republican cult base, because it's no longer the Republican. It is, like a cult. And they, one of their big things is no regulations. And here, I think I mentioned it, of course, Blue Oval Ford is moving here, and it's one of the largest investments that our state has ever made. They have, like, basically a whole city that they're creating down there, and they're already trying to change rules and regulations around the wetlands. And so they do not care about the environment. It is all about profit. It is, profit over everything with these people. So, again, thank you for sharing that very important story. And I think we need to keep talking about these things and letting people know what's at risk. I mean, they are, of course, passing laws about, yeah, our bodily autonomy, but they're also doing things that are very harmful to all of us, in just the very basic things that we need to survive. So, again, thank you so very much. And up next, we have Geechee. I'm so glad that he's here to share with us some, insights, hopefully election updates, polls. And so I'm going to give him the mic. Geechee, you have the floor.
First of all, thank you for hosting this space today, Dee and Soul Sister for co-hosting. Y'all do a wonderful job all the time. Thank you to the other guests that are speaking. Joseph, you were brilliant. I'm going to talk about polling, but before I talk about polling, I want to talk about the fact that I am so glad that the California races for the Senate is about to be over with. There's so much money going into that race that really could be used to one of the states that are to the east of of California, where Jackie Rosen, who's in a very tough fight, is currently being outraised by her opponent. And I would rather money be going to Jackie Rosen than going to Schiff and Porter and Lee, because we're having a contested primary race in there where I wish, and I love Gavin Newsom, I wish he would have ran for Senate, that way we wouldn't have to spend money on that. That's neither here nor there. I want to really talk about polling. I didn't see the New York Times Siena poll when it was released, nor did I see the outrage after it was released afterwards. I want to start from the fact that I am very pissed off that the campaign released a statement without the White House and without the polling outfits for this election getting involved in the whereabouts of the polling. It is ridiculous for campaigns to make acknowledgments about polls without the polling outfits for the campaign being involved. It makes it seem that the polling are conspiracy theories, which they're not. It is early. We are really, really, really a long way away from this November election. There's also this wonderful holiday called Labor Day, and it's like a turn on switch. It's off right now, and nothing's going to budge. Why is nothing going to budget? Because the voters that Democrats need the most, black voters, Latino voters, voters that are under 40, voters that are under the age of 30, most white college graduates, the voters that they really, really have to win, women voters, are not paying attention to polls in the way that people would want them to pay attention to polls. So, not to polls, to politics in the way you would want them to pay attention to. So when you're trying to get a response from people that do not pay attention to polls in the manner that that you need them to do, you're going to get a lot of polls in which the results seem to be off. But you're also going to get polls that historically have told you correctly where the race was at that time. There's no way, and I'm going to say this again, I'm going to say it as loudly as I can. There is no earthly situation in which Joe Biden is leading this election right now because, again, the voters that Joe Biden needs to win are not paying attention. You know what they are paying attention to? A women's basketball game last week was one of the most watched basketball games, college basketball games of all time, male or female. The talk after that had more listeners than 2 days of coverage on MSNBC, CNN, and Fox all day. That's what people are listening to. You know what else had record coverage? The Griselda movie on Netflix. You know what else had record coverage, even though it was hate watch? Mia Culpa, Tyler Perry's new awful movie that came out on Netflix. People have lives. They have to work. They have to feed their children, to make sure their kids get to school. They have to pay college tuition for kids. Kids are in school trying to get degrees or going to tech schools trying to get skills. People have other things to do in their life than to worry about right now what Joe Biden's doing, what Trump is doing. Now, when that November switch comes and you flip the light on and everyone starts paying attention, you're going to see what has happened traditionally in polling. Now, I could say, oh, but this is such and such. There's a history. We have 24 years of polling data that shows that a candidate that is up now has no correlation to them winning in November. Well, what do you mean, Geechee? What do you mean? At this point in 2020, President Al Gore was leading in polls. At this point in 2004, President John Kerry was leading in polls. At this point in 2008, President Hillary Clinton was leading in polls. At this point in 2012, Obama did lead. He did lead most of the race, but there were a couple polls that had Romney up in the time. He's the outlier. 2016, President Hillary Clinton was winning the polls. 2020, President Trump was leading his reelection. There's one thing that all those candidates, except for Obama, that's the outlier, have in common. They all lost. Instead of being upset about polling, because it's only a snapshot of what's happening at the time, focus on engagement towards voters that we need to vote. How do we do that? Negative partisanship. The easiest way to get someone to vote is to show them how bad Donald Trump is. It's not, oh my God, they did student loan debt relief. That's going to get, no. Why would student loan debt relief matter to me if I'm trying to get people that don't have college degrees, never attended college, to vote for Joe Biden? Why would I bring up the child tax credit to try to get people to vote for Joe Biden when it expired because of Manchin and Sinema? Why not talk about, because the thing that's going to motivate people more is what they are against than what they're for. These abortion bans have been the most miraculous and spur and charged up issue that we've ever, at least in my life, that we've ever seen in swaying and persuading voters. That's not positive partisanship that's doing that. That's negative partisanship is moving voters. The reason why we're going to most likely have the most people vote again, as we had the most people vote last time, in 2016 is one of the five biggest turnout elections, and then the two Obama races are also in the top five. Why is that? Because negative partisanship works. What people are against and what people fear does more than what people are for and what policy is. So again, I just want to say, take the polls with a grain of salt at this point. When Trump is made the nominee, which is going to happen very rapidly, pay more attention to that. But after Labor Day, that's when it matters. And that's when pollsters are going to pay to do screenings on independent voters. That way we're not going to get independent voters and it's going to just be, oh, these people are all Republicans or, oh, they're all Democrats. We're going to have them screened as being likely Democratic voters or quote unquote likely Republican voters. And a small percentage of Americans did actually vote between the two parties. There aren't a lot of people that do that. Because right now we also have the smallest number of states that have a split and their representation for the Senate since electing senators by the popular vote can exist. That's about 100 and something years ago. It used to be that the states elected senators from their legislative bodies, but that's no longer the case. So again, just look at the polls, take them with a grain of salt. It's not a conspiracy theory. The New York Times is not out to get us. Sienna is not out here to ruin the world. It's gonna be okay. We have to wait until those people that we vote for are engaged. I'm gonna actually post in the jumbotron some data in regards to who's paying attention now and who's not paying. That doesn't mean these people are dumb. It does not mean it means they have other things going on in their life, and focusing on an election is not the most important thing. Black voters are part of that. Latino voters are part of that. Young voters are part of that. So that does not mean we're not going to turn out, because we obviously turned out in 2000 and 2016 and in 2012 and 2008 and 2004 and in 2020. We're going to show up and vote. It just means that right now we don't have time to focus completely on this. We have people that are doing the work like Dee and Soul Sister and many of y'all that are in this group. But right now, just take a deep breath, let it out, and it's going to be okay. Thank you all again for hosting this space, and I look forward to continuing to listen.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that, Geechee, and for, bringing sanity to the polling and, understanding of it and where we are at this point in the election cycle. When you talk about polling, I had the misfortune of being invited to a space that Dean Phillips had this weekend. And, I didn't have anything I was doing at the moment. So, yeah, I went in there and I knew against my better judgment, I should not have, because he made me so angry. And I was like rage tweeting, which is not something that I typically do. But this man is a fool. And, like he is, he was talking about the data says this and the data says that. And, like, basing everything that he was doing, trying to justify it on these polls and this data, and then you say what you just did about the significance of the polls at this particular time. But he is nothing but a spoiler. And one of the polls that he particularly referenced, I think, is one that is owned and operated by one of his donors. So just thought about that again when you were talking about it. But yeah, that man is like ridiculous, and he really gets my ire, as well as a lot of others, and he deserves all the smoke because he even said that he was looking forward. I think he's kind of like a secret no labels kind of candidate, because they're not talking about who they're looking at. They're just going to bring them out and say, hey, here they are. He was talking about a unity ticket with the Republican on top. Okay, which I, of course, my head was about to explode. Yes. And he was talking about a willingness to run with Nikki Haley. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Because
It makes
people,
no sense. That makes
ex-
absolutely zero sense.
exactly, because I need people to understand this. This Project 2025, it was not designed for Trump. It was designed for the right wing agenda, which the Republicans have fully embraced. So it doesn't matter what Republican candidate wins. If they win the presidential election, it will be given to them, not just the book and the blueprint that they can toss in the trash if they want to, but they won't, because it's backed by people, the deep pocket, dark money donors. And they will bow to them. They're already bowing to them. And so, whoever, the Republican is, and that's the problem that I have with this no label stuff, is that they want to act like, oh, Haley is a moderate, and of course, we all have seen and heard how she flip flops, and they none of them have full with their full throat and chest said that they will not support Trump, that they won't pardon him. I mean, just the ridiculousness of it all. It that angers me more than what the Republicans are doing. Is Democrats doing more damage to our party? But that's what I thought about when you were talking about that, Geechee. So we do have a couple of other speakers up, and I'm so glad that Mark has joined us because certainly we have a lot of legal issues that we're facing and dealing with right now during this election. So we're going to go to Greg next, then Davina, then Mark, and T-Bug. And T-Bug hopefully will bring us some insights on the election situation there in Oregon. So, Greg, you have the floor.
Hello, D. Hello, soul sister. Thank you for letting me up. Yeah, I'm a little bit disheartened by the Supreme Court ruling that they have allowed Trump back on the ballot in Colorado. The fact that he did plot an insurrection. His words made everybody carry out. Come on now. I mean, how much more do we have to go through in regards to the legality of what is and what isn't an insurrection? I mean, it's ridiculous. He
Well, they
clearly,
actually, yeah, well, they actually didn't even touch that part, like the insurrection part. They just, kind of ruled on the ballot thing. And I don't think any of us, while it may make us angry, I don't think any of us were surprised by it because just during the hearing, they're questioning and the way they were questioning, I think. We could see the writing on the wall. They were trying to show us, like, this is where we're going with this.
right.
And most of us I've never expected the courts to save us. And certainly, if anyone was under that disillusion, like I still want us to be a country of laws where our judiciary does its job. And I would like for our journalists, the press, to do its job too.
Oh,
These things are all important, but we recognize that they're not, and so we can't hang our hats on these things.
yeah, but sometimes it feels like we take one step forward and then we go like three steps back, and sometimes it gets a little frustrating. So, I don't think the Supreme Court should have even weighed in on that situation. Bottom line, but we have to wait for further things to happen down the road, and I personally, I think it'll be interesting to see what I'm waiting for this thing on. I think what is this, Thursday, for the State of Union. It'll be interesting to see what Joe Biden has to say there, and we'll go from there. But yeah, I just wanted to come up and bring that up, and you know,
Well, I think a lot of people probably feel as you do, and I just have really, like I said, I'm not surprised, and I try not to, allow my feelings about them to shade, like my understanding of where we are and where they are and how they fit into this picture right now. And like I
right,
said, I think we just need to remember that they are not going to help us. Okay, like we are the cavalry. It is up to
mhm,
we, the people, to save ourselves. So
yeah,
that's where we
yeah.
are right now. And thank you for coming up and, joining us in the conversation today and always supporting us. We appreciate you. And I
All
hope
right,
you have
yeah,
a
I'm
good.
I'm I'm gonna stick around for a little bit. I got a engine I gotta pull out. I'm doing a job on a hot rod today, and gotta get the cherry picker out and pull this engine. It'll be out in about 20 minutes, and put another one in another 20 minutes after that.
All
So
right, then.
I'll stick around, and I'll listen and hear what you guys have to say.
All right. Well, thanks for joining and listening and supporting us. And so up next, we have, was it Mark and then, or Davina? No, Davina, then Mark.
Yeah, it was Davina and then Mark.
Right. And then T-Bug
We
and
could put her.
Mickey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, thanks, Dee. I'm so happy to talk, and I'm so happy to be able to follow on from Geechee because his exposition on negative partisanship, I completely concur with. That he believes people come out to vote in a way that is more strongly energized by what they're voting against. Humans respond more strongly to danger than just to maintaining a status quo. And as we've seen in this country, the media is quite adept at deceiving people about the status quo. I mean, the number of people who aren't aware of the positive economic conditions that exist at the moment. And I'm not saying the economy is working for everybody, but a lot of people have had wage increases and inflation is being moderated. And just there's lots of positive outcomes that we've had under a Biden-Harris administration, and yet the media panders to liars when it pursues false equivalency rather than truth. What's the phrase? We need truthfulness rather than balance, because you pursue balance and you've got liars on one side and truth tellers on the other side, and then you are advantaging the liars because they have more scope to make bigger claims. So if you don't when the media doesn't practice verifying the claims or going into histories of whether people have evidence to back up what they're saying or not, they just repeat people's assertions as if it's the public's job to decide what evidence there is or not, then they are creating room for those lies to dominate the space. So I was really happy to hear Geechee stress that, yes, negative partisanship is so important, and the public has those abortion bans. And I've heard that the Biden-Harris administration are gathering people who are IVF families or IVF medical professionals to speak or to be guests at State of the Union, and that will help to foreground that problem. And I'm sure that IVF scenario is, well, the fact that Alabama has messed with IVF, and it sounds as if Florida might also be preparing to mess with IVF now, because that is their weakness, that the natural conclusion of saying all fertilized eggs are human lives means you're a murderer. If you're a medical professional helping families have a viable chance of procreating by implanting 2 embryos for their $10,000 IVF cycle. It's just not efficient, and as well as it not being physically easy for women to go through all of the egg harvesting and hormone treatments and just invasive procedures that you have to go through to proceed with IVF. It's really draining and taxing for those that have gone through. I've heard. So what else was I going to say about negative bipartisanship? Oh, sorry, negative bipartisanship, negative partisanship. I heard the term first from Rachel Bitkofer. She's a political analyst who possibly she used to be a Republican. I don't know, but I find some of those people really valuable for the insights they have into how to bring over those conservative leaning independents and even Republicans who reject or who are sufficiently tethered enough to reality that they reject the lure of Trumpism, because fascism and Trump brand fascism is all about that style of emotionally manipulating people by amplifying manufacturing fear, not even amplifying fear, manufacturing fear against scapegoated minority. Because you take real fear, like in America, where I now live, I have an increased fear of gun violence than I did relative to living in Australia. But if you take that fear and say, oh, it's because of migrants, and you drumbeat into people's minds an incident where it's been a migrant who's been the person, or an illegal migrant who's been the person responsible for one specific murder, you are hijacking the amygdala or the fear sections of the brain so that it depresses the brain's ability to analyze evidence and to look pragmatically at the big picture. You just become obsessed with the threat is coming over the border, and you ignore the corruption and malfeasance of the Republicans and the elements of the media pushing that on you. Like Rupert Murdoch pushes the fear of immigrants line on the public in very effective ways in Australia, the US, the UK, and it has political consequences that then benefit Rupert Murdoch. He gets tax breaks and subsidies and payments from those governments that he helps to gain power when he succeeds. So it's all about shuffling around people's emotions to gain advantage for himself and his immoral peers, in terms of not all wealthy people are immoral, but certainly people can get addicted to gaining advantage for themselves at the expense of others. So not all wealth gathering is benign, although I know it is actually a lovely feature of America that it pursues innovation and celebrates success. So there's that, but we have to watch out for the people like the Koch brother or the surviving Koch brother, the people who buy influence and distort not only the media, but then the American political system. And looking at the tools in our toolbox, we have to keep telling the stories of not only women, but families who are harmed by Republican policies, because fear of those harms can help swing the scales back in our favor. Because, yes, I believe we can win the election, and that the polls, in a way, sometimes reflect people's desire to get more out of the current administration. Because if you tell a pollster, oh, I'm mad at the administration, that's your small part that you're playing to invite them to cater to you more. I mean, maybe they could do more for you personally in terms of student debt relief, or they could do more to satisfy you in terms of sending aid to people in Gaza. So when I look at the polls and I start to succumb to fear, I remember that if I was a slightly disgruntled person wanting the government to do its best work, I would potentially, I mean, I wouldn't in this climate, knowing what I know and being an anti-fascist as strongly as I am, but were I not aware of fascism in the way that I am, maybe I'd be tempted to tell a pollster, sure, I'm not voting for Biden, sure, I'm voting for Trump, just to help motivate the government to do its best job. The government, in this instance, being Biden-Harris. So what are the cheerful things that I'm focusing on today that we can do? We can keep telling stories. Somebody used the phrase, we have to love louder than they hate, because they were talking specifically about the case of Next Benedict, the transgender child who was bullied in school and attacked and then died the next day, and that the school hasn't necessarily, or has potentially been negligent in preventing that kind of bullying, that created a permission structure for children to attack others who were scapegoated as being part of the flaw of society. Because when Republicans and Republican themed media keep talking about how trans ideology is coming for your kids, wow, they can depersonalize it by saying an ideology. What they really mean is they're going to be hostile to and attack trans children and LGBTQ children, and that they're focusing on giving people that taste of power, because it makes you feel powerful to look down on scapegoated demographic groups. If you feel yourself to be part of the in group, it just otherizes people. I really recognize that as a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, that it's a cycle that catches people up in a kind of drunkenness, like an intoxicated level of violence and empowerment that I think is a microcosm of what Trump does in a big picture. So I can see Dee agreeing with me, and that's heartening. I'll try and sound less nervous. I've had so many emotions over the last few days just because the polls started to get to me. Before then, I'd been being like, oh no, Trump's facing so many legal consequences. It's definitely going to deter independents from endorsing him. And then I started to go, what if people just have more of a capacity to delude themselves than I want them to? But I'm going to be part of that effort to help them not shelter in the comfortable delusions, but to face the dangers that Republicans pose to women, to minorities, to LGBTQ people, but also to families, because they hurt the economy. They cater to their own corrupt self-preservation and self-favoring goals with entrenched tax cuts for the wealthiest and corporations, whereas Biden has done and Harris have done so much to hold up the actual US middle class, as well as help disfavored or marginalized people as well get loans for businesses. And hopefully, if they're restored to power and get control of the House as well as the Senate, then we can return the tax credit. But yes, that's all from me. I'll land my plane by saying I'm reminding myself, having listened to Geechee, of the need to capitalize on that human tendency to go out to vote, to take action, to mitigate against danger. And I'm going to clearly articulate that danger over and over again as best I can. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Davina. And you were so eloquent as you always are, and I appreciate that. So Geechee put his hand up, so I'm assuming you said something that sparked something in him. So I'm going to give him a chance to chime in here, and then we'll go to Mark. But yes, I do think that it is important that we continue to let people know the danger that we face with any Republican, and remember that the media is not our friend. We're all going to have to be, deputized citizen journalists, and I have put, please take a moment to take a look at the things that I put in the Jumbotron. I put some things up there about the media, some resources that we can use in critiquing them. And of course, articles about the other issues and things that we have talked about, and this ever looming threat of theocracy and white Christian nationalism, which I believe, like in, last year I was saying it was fascism, but white Christian nationalism is where we are right now. So Geechee, then T-Bug, and then Mark.
And I'll be extremely quick. I 100% agree with Davina. She really talked about the aspect of negative partisanship in a more behavioral science way, which is connected to like the work I do. I don't actually do it when it comes to public opinion. I do it in other areas, mainly when it deals with medical issues and when it comes to persuasive.
Are you still there? And I lost Mark, so
Want to
maybe
focus
he.
on? Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you
Now
hear
I
me?
can. Now I can.
Okay. Okay. It's that, and then I also want to focus on the second part of that, which is that she talked about voters that are always negative. That's independent voters. They stay negative all the time. Nothing is good for them, and it's been this way since about 2010. They're always angry. Nothing's ever good. The economy is always bad, and like across the board, you go down these issues. It's not just Biden. It's not just Trump. It was also it started with Obama, where like these voters just like everything is negative all the time, and it's obnoxious. But it's a reality in what we live in right now where we have a really disgruntled electorate that wants things to change, but they don't know what change they like. So I agree with Davina on that again. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Mark may have had to leave temporary. He was to be next, but then T-Bug. So we're going to go to T-Bug and then Near, and hopefully Mark can come back, and Mickey as well. And if either of them are able, or when they come back, I'll move them up the queue. But we'll go with T-Bug and then Near.
Hi, Dee and Soul Sister, and everybody. Nice to hear you this morning. Well, it's morning where I'm at. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Oregon politics a little bit, and Measure 110, and recent legislation in our state House and Senate that was intended to fix it. For those of you who don't know, Measure 110 is a measure meant to decriminalize drug possession with the aim of reverse racial disparities, and with the thought of reducing Black incarceration by an estimated 94%. The understanding is instead of putting drug users in jail, they would be redirected to treatment for substance use disorder. I was told when I was elected as a precinct committee person by an elder, it's up to citizens to pass the measures, and the state legislator's job is to fund and make the measures work. It's debatable about whether there was enough support. I don't think there was enough support to make it work. That's just my personal opinion. Of course, there are a lot of problems that arose, especially in Portland, which has a huge homelessness problem as well. Drug users were smoking fentanyl and other drugs like meth openly in the street. Drug users were given, I thought that people would be redirected treatment, forced treatment, but it actually turned out that drug users were given $100 citations by police officers and encouraged to call a number for treatment. Unfortunately, those citations, for some reason, they didn't print the number for them to call and get treatment. So those things didn't really seem effective at all, though there was the support of mental health workers and volunteers with a group called Portland Street Response, and they would partner with first responders and police to help people in crisis if there was no violence or suicide issues going on. So just a little background combined with the drug issues. Like I said, we have a homelessness crisis which exploded in 2015 with many forced evictions. We had a ton of people move to Portland after that show Portlandia got popular, and they used to joke that it was a place that young people came to retire because the rent was so cheap. But it got really bad. I was pushed out of the rental market and had to move outside of Portland, and that because of my rent went up by 30%. So, and of course, our homelessness issues got worse during COVID. And, it's hard to keep a balance. There's a lot of people that just wanted to feel safe in their homes. And you would have homeless camps with people doing drugs and setting things on fire in your your residential neighborhood all over Portland. And most people just wanted to feel safe in their homes. And it's a big challenge to show compassion to people who are struggling with homelessness and drug addiction, and also make people feel safe. So, because of all these concerns, there was a group of people, including rich people like Nike's co founder, Phil Knight. He likes to give money to Black communities, and then he likes to fund right wing Republicans as well for governor. He was leading the way to repeal Measure 110 with a group of other rich people. And in order to avoid this, the Democrats worked with Republicans and law enforcement and also the nonprofits that work with addiction to fix the bill with some of the issues. And they came up with HB 4002, which passed the House and Senate last week. It's due to be signed by our governor probably sometime this week. Now the drug offenders have 3 times to get treatment before face criminal charges, and it allows people convicted of possession to have their record automatically expunged. Republicans added a last-minute amendment to make it optional for counties to adopt treatment first policy, and it passed the House and Senate with a majority of Democrats and Republicans. Despite those options, the bill's been criticized harshly by advocates for drug decriminalization. They accuse lawmakers of retreating to a war on drugs that had particularly negative outcomes for people of color. There's an argument that Measure 110 was never given the funding and resources it needed to succeed, and it's unethical to force people into treatment. They also say that many people go to jail and still get drugs, and they're more likely to overdose there. Then there's the other side, where people feel that with the severity of fentanyl withdrawal and meth psychosis issues, people are not in a position to make decisions for themselves regarding treatment when they're in crisis, and they're a danger to themselves and others. On a positive note, the legislature also passed a new bill, H 5204, which included 211 million for badly needed treatment, prevention, and related addiction services. One great thing about this is it'll fund a badly needed resource in Portland, a intake sobering center where law enforcement and the behavioral health workers can take people that are at risk. Right now, it's really hard to find ambulances and take people to places when they're going through the horrible withdrawal of fentanyl, especially after they use the Narcan, which is, they call it liquid Jesus. It makes the withdrawals from fentanyl pretty unbearable for people. So we'll see how it works out. There's people on both sides that have very good arguments against the fix, and we have yet to see how it will look in the future. I also have some information about a flippable House seat in District 5, but maybe I can come back next and talk about that. So we let others speak.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, and I love that you guys come from all across the country, and that we're able to share and get informed about the different initiatives and issues that different states and communities are facing. So I will look more into that, and I thank you for presenting it here today. I won't speak on it because I don't know enough about it, but I do know and understand that homelessness is a national issue. Actually, it's a global issue, and drug use and those types of things. So, without further ado, I am going to move next to Mark. We don't lose him; he still has his connection, and then go to near. And hopefully, Mickey will be able to come back and join us again soon as well. So, Mark, my friend, I know that you have been very, very busy. Like, this is your time, right?
It's good to be home. It's good to be home and see you and Soul Sister and Advocacy Arena, because I've been bobbing and weaving conference calls, but battling some of these right leaning spaces on what happened today and what it all means and everything like that. So it's good to be with friends and cohorts. So what did happen, and this is something that I think we need to calm down a little bit on because if you were an Advocacy Arena after the oral argument on the Colorado case, you would have heard me say, hey, I think we're going to get a 9. Remember, I said we're going to get a 9-0. None of the justices seem like they're going to go. They're going to go with Patarala. Is it going to be 9-0 or 8-1? Maybe Ketanji Brown Jackson. But I did say we're going to see some concurrence. And the big three Justice Sotomayor, Justice Jackson, and Justice Kagan, they had a solid concurring opinion. They were like, well, we all agree on the outcome, and you could tell in the oral arguments last month that, or a month and a half ago, that they were down for the argument that Colorado was making. I thought it was a soft argument. It wasn't really whomever was arguing for the state of Colorado. They didn't. If that's their best, then their best wasn't good enough, even to people that wanted them to win. But every justice had questions about the mechanism by which section 3 is enforced of the 14th Amendment, and that's what we talked about this last year when we started discussing section 3 of the people, it's everybody was like kind of saying like, hey, it's self-enforcing. Well, like, it's not really. We're saying it's self-enforcing is not really saying how. Like, how do we enforce it? Like, self-enforcing doesn't really mean anything.
It doesn't give you the steps,
Right. It's never been any step. It's just like it was just there. And I think because at the time that it was enacted in 1886, somebody correct me if I'm wrong accurately. At the time it was enacted, Section 3 at least, they knew who the people who were like, not just the insurrectionists, but the people who fought in the Civil War. They're like, you can't be part of this group no more. You can't be no Temptation no more, right? You out the group, like the Temptation, you out.
Tell him, Otis.
Right, exactly. So it's like, you ain't gonna be no Temptation no more, for real. And so I think this is the part where, and I really, you guys know I'm a big Ketanji Brown Jackson fan, but her part of the oral argument, I think, was telling, because she was saying, hey, look, man, there was some confusion as to whether this covered the president at the time it was enacted, because there was a conversation between two Congress people and one of them was like, hey, how does this cover the president? I don't see any language. And the other dude was like, well, it says officer, so it does cover the president. And so he was like, okay, well, and so she said, well, if there was a question then and they didn't clarify that specifically, then there's a question now. So that in and of itself, at the time of the oral argument, told me that this was going to be probably a 9-0 decision, especially because of KBJ. So back to today, do Trump people think this is a win? Of course they do. But is it really a win that you're just on the ballot? I mean, that's a win for you. I'll give them that win. They're just able to be on the ballot in Colorado. But get this, they're -9 in Colorado right now because a group of Republicans in Colorado brought this lawsuit. It wasn't Democrats. This has nothing to do with Democrats. It might have been, a mix of Democrats and Republican judges, but this wasn't a Democratic-led lawsuit. This is a Republican lawsuit, and so he's not going to win Colorado. So he's still -9, whether he's on the ballot or not. That's number one. Number two, it's important to read the concurrences, because even it's a surprising thing, and I think we're starting to see something here. And I don't know if this is going to be something that translates into things different when it comes to immunity and things like that. But Amy Coney Barrett wrote her own concurrence for herself. She just said, hey, look, we could have just stopped saying a state cannot enforce the third section of the 14th Amendment and just left it there. It gave America some good news, but the majority went too far. So she went against her homies. She didn't roll with the homies. She did not do that. And I think somebody might be in there trying to be like, hey, look, I'm not trying to just be like a shill for the right. I'm going to do my own thing here. If that's the case, because her only concern is substantive law when it comes to reproduction. You're never going to get, she's going to side with the conservative majority on anything that has to do with reproduction. Probably not IVF though. And she's a very conservative judge. But on this note, she was like against Roberts. She was against Gorsuch. She was against Alito. She was against Thomas. She was like, y'all wrong. Y'all went too far. But didn't want to go with the liberals though. Didn't want to go with Sotomayor, Kagan, or Ketanji Brown Jackson. So I think that's actually one of the most significant things that happened today out of this 20-page opinion, which is, it's very short. It's a good read. Only 10 pages is the opinion. Then you have the concurrences. I thought the Sotomayor, Kagan, Ketanji Brown Jackson's concurrence kind of explained this, and they went and they decided to go a little bit further than the majority did and say what the majority did not say. And they made it perfectly clear. This was just about whether a state can enforce the 14th Amendment Section 3 of the 14th Amendment against a presidential candidate or federal officer. They said they can do so with the state, but they can't do it federally. But what they did not touch upon was whether Donald Trump participated in an insurrection as its cheerleader, as an aider and abettor of a insurrection. So they were silent on that. So it was just a leak. It was the Supreme Court opinion today was just a legal opinion that was based solely upon the law on the third section of the 14th Amendment. We cannot read it as to anything else, except for the fact that originalism is something that we didn't think it was 5 years. And I'd bemoan to say we didn't think it was before Dobbs, right? We had all these originalist textualist opinions that gave us Dobbs, that gave us Bruin, all the way from Heller. I think that this conservative Supreme Court has thrown Scalia to the curb. They done kicked the old man to the curb. He's rolling in his grave like, what the fuck doing? Like, Scalia's not liking this shit. I mean, I've read Scalia opinions and I'm like, man, this dude is like a history factory. Plus, and like, you don't have to like how he came out with his opinion, but you're like, damn, how he got here was like kind of dope. Scalia can write shit. Now they're just making up shit. They just made this shit up. Like, honestly, and also they created a mess because they don't have any foresight. They're just doing some shit because it's a political opinion. Now, I was okay with the opinion because the section 3 of the 14th Amendment. I told you I had reservations about how the Supreme Court's going to come out with this because there's not enough detail there. And even KBJ said it's like there's not enough here for me to join in on this stuff and say yeah, Colorado. There's not enough even in the conversations with regard to the Congress and their discussions on crafting it. There's just not enough there to interpret it the way it can be interpreted right now from a state. Now, the mess they created is this, especially the majority opinion, and this is what Kagan, Sotomayor, and KBJ, and even Barrett were looking at. So it's a 9-0 opinion, but to how they got there. But the pathway is 5-4 plurality with a crazy ally in Barrett. But the 4 are saying like, hey, you didn't have to do this, but you did this. And so what if Trump gets elected? Because the Supreme Court said Congress is the only pathway to enforce it. What if Trump gets elected, but the Democrats win both the House and the Senate? And on January 6th, they vote to disqualify him. Look at the mess they created. I mean, so we have the potential for there to be a huge mess. Now, obviously, we can avoid that, but the Supreme Court is not supposed to make things more difficult for the American people to maneuver and question the law. They're supposed to decide law.
They should be the clarifying body.
Absolutely, and not raise the temperature, but like actually Barrett said, she kind of made some sense. And she said, "You don't want to. We don't. This is an election year. Why are you guys raising the temperature? We need to lower the temperature on such a simple question." Now, what we can derive from that though is that they came out with this opinion very quick, but they put that immunity issue way out to for almost 2 months now, or a little bit less than 2 months because we had the 29th of February. But how are they going to come down on this? And I don't like the question. Honestly, I don't like the narrowness of the question because there's so many interpretations as to what they're looking at, whether and to what extent a president is immune from act taken allegedly through his official acts. That part allegedly with his official acts with regard to them taking up the immunity case is a problem. And the way they've come out right now doesn't give me pause for concern. It gives me more concern. So I'm concerned with the question, even though it is narrow. Now, it's entirely possible because of that question, they can say, yes, a president does enjoy immunity to some extent. And not even decide anything that's related to the Jack Smith case and let the trial just happen. Just say, yeah, a president is immune to some of the conduct that is a part of his official act, and they're not and may not even say anything that would give guidance to what parts of official acts are they immune to and what not. They may just like give out the outer perimeter and repeat the same thing that they've already said with regard to civil lawsuits against a president that was established a long time ago, Paula Jones versus Clinton. So we're not going to get anything definitive from this Supreme Court regarding presidential immunity or Trump at all. I think April 22nd. I mean, here's the thing. They put this oral argument out to April 22nd. This thing has been briefed at the trial court level with Judge Chutkan writing an opinion. It's been fully briefed and argued at the DC court level, and the DC court had a wonderful 92-page opinion about how President Trump does not enjoy absolute immunity, and also to the extent that he doesn't enjoy any immunity with regard to the allegations set forth in the indictment. And so why the Supreme Court is taking up this case, it may have something to do with scheduling. So I understand that part. And Easter's coming up, so there is an Easter break, but they're setting it up against the end of their term, which ends in June. And so we know we're going to get some kind of opinion by June. I think hopefully we'll get an opinion in May. But it's just I'm really struggling as to why they needed more time. They could have done this in 2 weeks, but they put it out or arguments out in 2 months. They want more briefing. Why do you need more briefing? I mean, the briefs it's the same briefs that were written. The arguments aren't going to change from the DC court to the Supreme Court. It's going to be the same cases, same argument. Nothing's going to change except the narrowness of what they're asking for. So, all this to say is that, hey, look, we have a 2016 problem. This is the problem with electing Donald Trump. And this is the reason why I voted for Hillary Clinton. The main reason, other than just, obviously she was the most qualified candidate between the two candidates that are the majority running. But this was the problem, nobody knew that Donald Trump was going to be able to appoint three justices. Two were in sight though, and it changed the makeup of the Supreme Court to such an extent that this is where we are now. We're having to rely upon Roberts, which is unreliable for anybody who's even in the middle. A moderate Democrat can't rely upon Roberts because Roberts just wants to be like in the middle too, but he's all the way to the right middle. So we're in a big conundrum with regard to our court system. I'm glad that Joe Biden is leading the charge on putting more justices on the federal bench, but we're having a problem. And then last thing I'm going to talk about is scheduling. Are we going to be able to get one trial in besides the Manhattan court case, which the sentence is going to be stayed till after the election. The state judge is not going to sentence Donald Trump to jail. At least prior to the election. That's just not going to happen. There's going to be a stay and it's going to be a continuance. So, and also, how this court and when this court decides on this immunity deal is going to affect two cases. The January 6th case, obstruction of official proceedings and conspiracy against the United States. That's the January 6th DC Circuit Court case under Judge Chutkan, and the Mar-a-Lago case, which could go to trial. It could go to trial in May. I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't, but Judge Cannon is delaying it. She's a late Trump appointee. Remember that. And that is, I think somebody was talking about Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell put her on after Trump had already lost. She was approved. And the Democrats some of the Democrats voted for that shit too. They were just unaware of what they were doing. And obviously looking back is 2020, right? But God, I mean, that was a hell of a move by Trump. Like anticipating somebody in his orbit anticipated something because he put the judge on that he's in front of for stealing these documents. So that's crazy coincidence, or it's just like brilliant maneuvering to even get that done. But if this case comes back from the Supreme Court, say in May, the mandate has to come down. So like, even at the end of this Colorado case, they have the mandate. The last sentence in that opinion, if you read it, says the mandate will follow forthwith. That's going to happen in the immunity case too. It usually takes like 5 days. So when that mandate gets back to Judge Chutkan to open the case back up, remember, she actually said she was going to give Trump 8 months to prepare for trial. He only has 2.5 months of that 8 months left. So we're looking at 2.5 months from, let's say, mid-May, if we get lucky, mid-May. Right? That means the start of the trial would happen in July. But Judge Cannon has not set her trial date. If she sets her trial date for mid-July or even the beginning of August, Judge Chutkan is going to have to play with it because each trial is going to take 6 to 8 weeks. And the Trump people are saying 10 to 12, right? So it's going to be interesting if we're able to get two, which I don't think they're going to be two criminal federal trials of Trump before the election. Be lucky to get one. I hope it's not Mar-a-Lago because Judge Cannon is likely to defer sentencing to after the election anyway. And if he's elected, she'll defer it even more so he can dismiss the case through appointing his own AG to just do that, just dismiss the case. So that's, I hope that's a hell of an update today, but it's been a hell of a day. But like I said, I've been arguing this all morning. with these right wingers that can't seem to get their facts straight. That's all you gotta do is kill them with the facts and a smile. But hey, look, this is my wheelhouse, as you alluded to, D. But I'm happy to come back home and provide this update. There's a lot of other stuff going on, but this is the major update, and I definitely don't want to turn this into a Pepperdine law class. But I'm glad that you guys roll with me for the 7 minutes that was on. I appreciate y'all.
Well, we appreciate you, Mark, and I was so grateful that you had a space um, last week talking about that because, for those, I try not to go. I love your insights, and I feel so honored and appreciative of you coming in to continue to educate and update us. But I also love it when you have your own spaces where you can devote the entire time to these cases. And I want to thank you for having that space and inviting me and giving people an opportunity to get smarter and understand these things more. And I love, again, your passion for it and your ability to break it down in language that is easy for lay people to understand. That is so important. So we love you. We appreciate you. And I'm always glad when you can fit time in your schedule, fit Advocacy Arena into your very busy schedule. So thank you. Keep being great. I know you are. And if anyone, if he sticks around for a while and anyone has any questions or whatever, he is always very open to them and generous in providing answers and knowledge around that. So, without further ado, we're going to go to some of our new speakers, and that would be Near, and then Susan, and then Carla Jean. I am so happy to see you. Hope all is well. Looking forward to hearing from you today as well. So, thank you guys again for being here and supporting our work here in Advocacy Arena. And I know earlier she was in here in Ghazi. I was hoping that she could stay and maybe be able to speak because I talked about earlier, and it's up in the Jumbotron. About interviewing LMZ, who is a social worker, but our little Miss Ngazi is also a social worker, and I interviewed her last year. So you guys check that out because it is, in addition to being Women's History Month, it is also National Social Workers Month. And we want to give praise and honor to the people who do this very important but very difficult work. And they both work in different areas. LMZ works at the State House in Colorado around policy and advocacy, and Ngazi works in Georgia in the school system, providing therapy and one-on-one support to students who, certainly have a lot of issues that are facing their generation today, not the least of which is gun violence. And for her to be able to provide services to them. So, giving honor and thanks to them for their work and profession today. So, without further ado, I think we have Near. Hang on one second because I did say, I don't know if you were here, but Mickey was here earlier, but she had to drop down, and I promised I would move her up in the queue when she was able to reconnect because I know that all of your time's precious, but many of you are multitasking while you're here. So I do want to have an opportunity to hear from her because I know she has two important topics that she wanted to talk about.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I
Hi,
was,
Mickey.
hey there, I just wanted to talk out a SCOTUS decision. Just remember, kind of going through this phase where we are returning back to a post Reconstruction kind of Supreme Court. And if we're not careful, Congress. So we really kind of got to be careful about our actions and look at history and figure out where we are. I don't know if Mark can talk about the similarities, but it really is where we're at.
Yes, it is. Most definitely. And I love that you said that because I mean, not only in their decision making in their work, but I think the environment people have to, kind of understand like this Project 2025 and the push and the things that they are wanting to do is very Reconstruction era. some of the initiatives that took place then were the white backlash to these advancements and things that took place during the Reconstruction era. So now we're facing, that same energy, but for different reasons. But again, about advancement, because, they all lost their mind with the black man sitting in the highest office in the land. And so, they started pulling out some of their old tricks. So, Mickey, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, I did. I
Okay.
also wanted to talk similar to, I forgot the speaker who's in Oregon. California has a similar cropping up.
Hey,
Okay.
And
Yes, that was T-Bug.
T-Bug. And it's, I've said it, I'm on the board of an affordable housing organization. And, I get where people like the ACLU are coming. But the reality of as having a family that's faced drug addiction and mental illness, I'd rather see us work towards a system that has protections but allows us to get people the treatment. And sometimes people do not recognize that they need the treatment until they're kind of,
Forced.
forced into it. And that is the sad reality of it. And when you talk to people who've been kind of doing this work for a long time in the housing, they will kind of say that, they won't say it publicly, but they'll tell you privately, yep, sometimes you gotta, lead the horse to water. I'm probably gonna vote in favor of the proposition because we need a change has to come. And I have had to, be that person. I had a whole encampment situation a block away from where I live that was out of control. And it was not that there were unhoused people living there. When the first one or two campers showed up, especially because it was near church, I'm like, cool. You want to live in a mobile home, on the street, as long as you don't make a mess causing problems, I ain't got no problem. But eventually it disintegrated into kind of drugs, all kinds of other activities that looked like trafficking and things like that. And that's when I had to kind of really say, hey, I'm going to have to talk to my elected officials because that's not a good situation for people to be in either. And it's not helpful. I thought I wasn't sure the fix was going to really last, but we haven't had new people come back on a positive note. I just saw that we finally, for the housing organization I'm on, we opened up some new units. We're
Hey,
fighting still.
Mickey, okay, yeah, speak a little louder. I hear your shopping cart. I know you're
Oh,
busy.
sorry.
That's okay.
I gotta run
But
an errand.
I
Uh,
understand, and I appreciate you coming in to share with us. So, yeah, continue.
yes. No, I mean, we're opening up a new housing. So all I do is try to, balance out the good with the potentially harmful and try to mitigate the potentially harmful. But I don't think this situation of just letting people decide, particularly who are in the throes of mental illness or addiction, when and where they want for treatment has proved, feasible.
I would tend to agree with you because, like you, I have personal connections to people who are facing these things. And so I understand that, sometimes when people are in the midst of their crises and their addictions, they are not going to seek help until they're forced. And in that respect, I can also appreciate that everyone wants to be in a neighborhood, in an environment where they feel safe. And when you don't, you have to speak to that and try to find redress. So I think that we all have to look at these things in our own communities, in our own lives, and vote in a way to ensure our own safety and protections, but to, mitigate harm. And when we know that we are a caring people, sometimes just how we get to providing that care to different segments of our society will look different in different communities. So I appreciate you sharing that personal, story and insight. So I know T-Bug came back up, but I'm gonna go if you can hang on for a second, T-Bug.
I
Um,
I don't need to talk. I was just gonna talk if I needed to. That's why I came up.
okay, all right, good. Thank you for doing that. So Nair is up next, and then Susan, then Carla.
Hi, hi Dee,
Wait,
hi
wait,
Soul Sister.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second. I think maybe Susan was before you, Nair.
It's all
Uh,
good. It's all good.
okay,
Thanks,
all
Dee.
right, good. Thank you, sweetie. So glad to see you here this afternoon. So Susan, then Nair, and Carla.
Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Um, thank you for bringing me up, Dee. I have just a few quick suggestions regarding messaging. You know that I'm a person who rants and critiques the press a lot for poor coverage and driving our attention away from things of relevance and substance and driving attention more onto less relevant things to executive public governance. So I just have a few messaging suggestions for us all and take it if it fits your particular audience or what you're about and what you're trying to communicate. I think that it's really easy to get bogged down in some details and we just have to drive home some big picture things. So regarding the court decisions, we have such an appetite. We're so eager for the Trump to get some consequences because we all see that the man deserves to get consequences. But I really believe, I believe that if we resoundingly beat Trump at the ballot and if the American voters send the message that we reject the Trump administration at the ballot box, that message will be more meaningful and more enduring and a stronger message to the rest of the world because the world is watching us. And so whether we reject that administration or not is a statement about how we really feel about our democratic principles and civil rights. And if he gets any sort of handicap, if he gets a ding from some court decision, it's like when there's an athlete that breaks a record but has an asterisk because, you know, they took steroids or had some other something. I just feel like a resounding beating a Trump administration at the ballot box is imperative for the long term and will be much more enduring in the long run in protecting our democratic principles and values. So when you run across people who are just really frustrated and feel like the courts are against us and you get this sort of there's nothing we can do, that sort of those feelings are real, the frustrations are real, but so don't dismiss people feeling frustrated. But I would just encourage us to remind people that that kind of cynicism can lead to voter apathy. And there's a lot of, I feel like, even fake accounts that are trying to harness, saying nothing matters, your vote doesn't matter, and it's a form of voter suppression. And so I would also keep your eye open for any accounts that seem to be engaging in discouraging voting in any way. And even though I expect they might be troll or bot accounts, I keep my tone civil. They might be real people, they might not be. Their feelings might be authentic, they might be fake chaos agent accounts. We don't really know. But the energy I just want to inject into people's feeds from me is that voting is still a powerful tool and we have to be cautious about voter apathy, serving and this like cynicism that gets to the point that we don't, that results in voter suppression. Because voter turnout, we know Democrats have to reach a greater amount of turnout because of how the electoral college system works. So we just really have to keep some sort of positive, encourage you, stay involved in the process. Another thing about voting in court is that reminding people our general degree of civility across the public is kind of low, and it's just really easy for bad faith messaging people in political content space, bad faith politicians to exploit and leverage that lack of those gaps in civic literacy, and that can also add to the cynicism, nothing that you can really do. Explaining how the college system works, and I one of the things I've just been repeating and placing in most places is that it's mathematically improbable for any third-party candidate to achieve 270 electoral college votes, and a third party can make it easier for one of the major tickets to win, or it can make it so that no major ticket wins. And in that case, if no ticket reaches 270, we know that it gets to the House of Representatives. It would be a debacle, terrible. And it would really divide our country and entangle us even more in a mess. So it's really imperative that we have a really strong win at the ballot box. The other thing as far as voting and affecting the courts is that in civic literacy is that a lot of people just don't remember or understand that governors and the president select the judicial nominee. And that was a message that did not come through loud enough in 2016. Hillary Clinton for sure said it on the campaign trail, but she didn't get a lot of assist in boosting and amplifying that message about how the Supreme Court was going to be affected long term and how judicial nominees get selected, and that impacts outcomes that really impact people's lives for generations. The quality of the courts and the quality of the judges have such long impact. So that's another way that voting actually does impact our legal system. Is you have to have quality governors and quality presidents that will select judges with quality discernment, because that affects legal outcomes long term and many generations. So that's another thing to remind people about when you're out there in the world communicating with people. And then there is a website that I've been sharing. It's a very nonpartisan website, so especially if you feel like you might have swing voters, independent voters, if you're trying to get enthusiasm going in a crowd like that, and if they really maybe just don't understand the electoral college system business, it's called 270 to win. I was just in the middle of composing a tweet about it. I was going to put in the jumbotron, but I didn't quite get it done before Dee brought me up. But it's 270 the numbers to win the word TWN.com. It's an interactive site. They update it every year, so they've got one up for 2024, and you can click on the different states and you realize, you can click who might win each state and then add up how to get to 270 for a win. So it's interactive. I feel like it's very educational if you don't get help. And people also, like today, for example, the Associated Press wrote a pretty decent article about how the primary elections work and how that actually is contributing to minority rule in a lot of cases. And on one hand, I found the reporter, I tagged the reporter, I try to give credit for positive work because, these people working in the press and media, everybody, all humans, we notice when we're getting praise. We notice when we're getting recognition.
Yes.
And it can be very also emotional draining on us when we're just complaining all the time and ranting at them, even though they deserve it. But they just tune that out as a way of keeping themselves doing their job. It wears on their emotions, so they just tune it out. So I've really been trying in recent months to, when I see any positive at all, to tag the reporter, thank the reporter, tag the outlet, thank the outlet, juice the engagement. We just have to go seek, even if it feels like looking in a haystack for positive reporting, and even just thank them, even if it's not super positive of the Biden administration, if it's decently fair, and if it's focusing more on substance instead of less relevant traits like somebody's walking gait, for example.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Or their chronological age, then point out that, I really appreciate when you are things of substance, the things that truly impact executive governance outcomes, because that's what we need to see. Help us audit that. Help us compare and contrast that. So that's just another thing to mention. And then I put up in the Jumbotron, amazingly, miraculously, there's a reporter for The New Yorker. I listen to their podcast. He does a podcast regularly with Jane Mayer, who's also of The New Yorker. She wrote the book Dark Money. I love her.
Yes, she's excellent.
He is a veteran reporter who has covered multiple White House administrations. He also has lived in China and has depth of knowledge on China and governance there, and also U.S.-China relations. He wrote Profile in that a positive, fair profile of President Biden, and then I saw the tweet where the editor of The New Yorker was retweeting the reporter's post of his own article. So I retweeted that with a quote praising them and thanking them for focusing on the traits and characteristics more of substance that are relevant to executive governance. And so I put that up in the Jumbotron, and I also was doing some dings at the New York Times, because you will see that I tagged some people in there and tagged the outlets. And so I was also kind of slamming the New York Times while I was praising the New Yorker, and I know they all know each other in New York City, and they all, so that's the tweet that I would love to see some engagement metrics if you all go retweet that or that one.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank
So that's it for me
All right.
today.
Well, thank you so much, Susan. I appreciate that. Appreciate your, as I said, giving us some perspective on how to engage with the media and how to discern the information that's flowing from it, good and bad. So up next, we've got Near and then Carla Jean and Miss Malarkey. And I've got some words for Miss Malarkey. She knows why. So Near, so glad to have you here. I hope you are in good spirits today, considering what's going on where you are. But like I said, it always makes me smile just to see your face.
Thank you, Dee, and thanks Soul Sister and so many friends. Wow, it's very hard to follow so many amazing speakers, but I will just the simply make it simple. We're gonna win this election, and because we deserve to win this election, and I think we are spending so much energy, and it's okay. We need to know the knowledge, we know, but we're spending a lot of times about the other side. I say it every space. We're talking about our ex-president. I think he doesn't deserve as much attention that he gets from us. I think we need to speak about us, and it's about time that we understand that the only way we're going to win this election is first of all by voting and have everybody go and vote. And we have enough reason why we need to vote, because if we don't, we're going to see what's happening in Israel happen to United States of America. And one thing that I do want to say, that when you lose a democracy, it's gone. It's just gone. It's mean the police force. It's mean everything is gone. So I will suggest you, and I know, and I say it again and again, if you have to compare Israel to United States, it's not exactly the same system. And I don't really care about the system, but I'm telling you, I'm going to bring you back to the history. I mean, we forgot our history. We forgot World War II. How did Hitler got to be where he was? He was a leader. He was a horrible leader, but he was a leader because he took in young people and made them powerful. You're going to get this and you're going to get that. I'm telling you guys, we need to stick together. We don't need to agree on everything. We don't need to be 100%, saying, yeah, this, yes, we are not perfect. We have a lot of things we need to fix. But I'm telling you, I hear Democrats fighting between ourselves. Enough is enough. We have a president, we have an amazing vice president. If you guys heard her speak yesterday about Palestine, she put her heart into Palestine and the horrible things that happened to the Palestinian people. And we need to keep talking about who we are, and we are the right people, because I tell you one thing, the biggest mistake that we are going to do is we're going to keep fighting and trying to convince each other why we need to vote for our amazing president and vice president. We don't need to. We got it right. We need to stick together, and we need to spread. And I know it sounds very 60s and hippie, but I will let you know we need a lot of healing in the world. And the only healing right now that we need is to speak about what all the subjects we need to: LGBT, women rights. Soul Sister always talk about the union, about the middle class. This is what we need to speak about. We need to speak about why people need to vote, but not between us. I'm telling you guys, we're going to kill ourselves by arguing, by not, think everybody wants to be right. And it's okay. It's okay to be sometimes wrong. We don't need to be right on everything. But one thing we need to be right. When we lose the democracy, I'm telling you, it's going to be horrible. So my suggestion, and I'm going to land my plane there, that you guys, we are amazing people. We are beautiful people. We are not perfect. And I will say it again and again. We need a lot of things we need to do. But one thing we need to stop, it's arguing, and we need to stick. And we had Black History Month, in February. But Black History Month did remind me that it's 365 days a year. We have Women, Month right now, Women History Month. This is what we need to talk about: heroes, about people that made a difference in this world. And I'm telling you one last thing. You guys, we are winning this election. Stop being afraid. We are nothing to be afraid of. Trump is a loser, and we just need to realize that together, and I'm going to say it a million times, together we're going to win this election. And please watch what's happened to Israel, what's happened to Hungary, what's happened to Iran in 1979. If we want The price we're going to pay by not sticking together, we are going to pay a lot and much heavier price, so let's let our ego go aside for a second and just stick together and win this election. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for reminding us, Near, of what our future could look like. I try to do that as often as I can. And I'm not sure you were here in the beginning of the space, but if you weren't, go back and listen to to the women. Historical figures that my fabulous co-host talked about. You will love it because she talked about the cowgirls, the cowgirls. So definitely go back and listen. And I always love, like I said, that you bring positivity into all your messaging and your engagement. And it's something that I really adore about you. And I try to do as well myself. We cannot be filled with doom and gloom, which is why I always end this space with Representative John Lewis's quote to not get lost in a sea of despair, because that's where they want us. And Susan touched on this because a lot of the messaging, while it may not, and some of these politicians, it may not gain them votes, but what it can do, and most often is doing, is serving to make or keep people apathetic. And we cannot afford that. And so we just need to inspire people, engage them, and let them know what's at stake, which is what, we're calling balls and strikes on the media when they don't do it. And we know that they don't. So, again, thanks so much, Nira. Appreciate you. And up next, we have Carla Jean, Miss Malarkey, and then 2K.
Hi, Miss D. I'm so happy I made it in here today. I've been missing your voice and I always miss your perspective on politics. So I'm so glad I made it. The thing that I wanted to talk about today, I was actually on Twitter on my alt account and I follow a lot of young people there. And um one of the things that made me happy and made me really sad was that they were trying to bring everyone's attention, a few people, a couple of young people were trying to bring attention to all the anti DEI legislation that is going on. And I think when we have all of these news cycles that keep talking about Trump, 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 we forget Trump, they're still using Republicans are still using Trump as their distraction as they do things behind the scenes to screw our democracy up. I put it in the jumbotron. In Kentucky, in Florida, and in Kentucky, Florida, and Alabama. They are moving forward with DEI legislation, anti DEI legislation, and also Target is being sued by a conservative shareholder, about their DEI policies. And this is basically a two-pronged attack. You attack DEI not just in educational spaces but in corporate spaces, then you minimize and you end investments into brown and black communities.
Yeah, I mean, Florida just, I talked about it in the beginning. They just fired all of the DEI staff at the University of Florida on
Yeah.
Friday. So I love that you have introduced this into, the conversation, because I definitely have some things that I would like to share and some feelings about it. So thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead and continue, but I want to kind of expound on it.
No, I think it's a big deal because you know that I always say that it always starts locally. Like, politics is local before it's anything else. Politics is local, then it's state, and then it's federal. And all of this anti-DEI legislation is happening at the state level. DeSantis is always the harbinger of all things terrible coming out of the Republican Party. And this is basically what they're planning to do. And I think, and again, I say this, with a lot of cynicism towards the media. They're so concerned with what Trump is doing, they do not pay attention to what the Republican Party is doing. And this is the thing, like they're basically using the same shock and awe tactics that they used in 2017 and 2018 to try and demoralize the American public, because again, the tax write-off that they gave the rich didn't come due until 2021, and now we're dealing with another Republican Congress, or I should say a narrowly led Republican led House, a narrow margin Republican led House. And the good news is George Santos left such a bad taste in the mouths of New Yorkers that we voted overwhelmingly for a Democratic candidate, Congressman Swosey. Awesome. But now we've got a whole bunch of other seats to win back. And it's not just in New York, it's in other states. In New York, it was marked because this is a blue state. And what I think people need to realize is that the lies are not relegated to just the blue states. The lies are told everywhere. And you have to be, I hate to be this person again, but you have to be the news source in your families. Near said arguing with each other isn't the point. And it's true, because Geechee has said this, I have said this, it's an unfortunate fact of human nature. We don't get involved until we get angry. We'll let things slide. I do not know why. I don't know if it's because we get so involved in the slog of daily life that we forget. But civic life isn't the same as it was 20 years ago. It isn't the same as it was 30 years ago. It isn't the same as it was 10 years ago. Some of that is COVID. A lot of our leaders, a lot of the people that would have been leading the charge have unfortunately passed. Some of it is, government, educational standards have fallen. We can blame both Ronald Reagan and George Bush for that, because they left every child behind. But some of it is also just this increased dependence on social media and this lack of adherence to the antitrust laws, because there's something wrong with the idea that all of a sudden government and the church are involved in your child's education. There's something wrong with the idea that we have Republican led school boards, and all of a sudden books that would teach children whether or not they're actually being abused are banned in those same schools, because they do not act like, some types of knowledge are bad. All types of knowledge are bad if they don't get to decide how it's taught. And that's incredibly problematic. How can you teach science if you're teaching it from the viewpoint of Christianity? How can you teach politics if you're only teaching from the viewpoint of Christianity? It is not possible. And we all have already seen that states that adhere to these ridiculous educational standards are behind on the world stage. There's a reason why we have one of the worst ratings for a first world country regarding education. It's because the lie is so comforting for these people. This lie of white supremacy is so comforting to them and so necessary to their identity. They're poisoning the rest of us in that pursuit. And I know that we do not entertain the ADO spaces, the FBA spaces. I rarely hear about the alphabet crew because I mute them at every opportunity. But this is why we have that contingent of people. They're not those leaders. They know better. They already know that the stories that they're peddling are absolute lies and holding up white supremacy. They know there's a reason why they're supported by Republican organizations. But the reason why some young people believe those lies is because of the lack of education, is because of the lack of involvement in civic endeavors. And here's the thing: you do not have to agree with young people. I will never be of the opinion that we need to agree, but we can disagree respectfully. Because there have been some times that I've seen some arguments on the timeline and people are really rude. And I don't care how old you are, people deserve respect. You deserve respect. If you are not coming at me crazy, if we're discussing the point Do not get so involved in your argument that you forget that you are speaking to another human being with their experiences and their lives that you know nothing about. We want to reach young people. We do not wish to alienate them. And by no means am I telling you to lie. I'm telling you to tell the truth with a modicum of respect and a modicum of
Absolutely.
tact
Yeah.
and a modicum of tact. Because I saw it several times, and I could say nothing when people were getting cussed out because I was like, nah, if it was me, I would do the same. And the only thing I could do was try to engage with them respectfully, and I would be like, okay, I understand how you're feeling, but I'm asking you to follow the breadcrumbs of this. Basically, if we do this, then this is the result that we get. If you vote third party, you are voting for Trump. There is no getting around that. And a lot of young people feel like and it's not just young people. I'm gonna say that point blank period. It's not just young people who feel this way. A lot of people feel that voting emotionally makes that a better vote for some reason.
Well, I think that is in part because civics has long been missing from our education. But we do have a couple of other speakers, and I love the passion that you are bringing to these issues. I hope you don't go anywhere. But I want to get to Malarkey and then to Kay because I have some things that I would like to add, which I brought up in the beginning. And again, like I said, I'm glad you kind of the DEI push because, it is. Not just Florida, it is not just those states. Like these things are being driven by dark money donors and groups. The Heritage Foundation, who are also the authors of the Project 2025. I just read an article last week from them where they expressly, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but they said DEI is down, but it's not dead. And their intent on is to wipe it out.
It's
Okay.
literally why Harvard's president was gone after.
Right. And there's some articles also about that. And so what I want people to understand is like this is not Ron DeSantis, just like Mike Johnson, their idea of tying certain things to border funding and stuff. These lawmakers are not coming up with these ideas themselves. They are being animated and driven by their dark money donors agenda list. Okay. And that's what we really, not everybody is going to care about that. But like I said, stick a pin in it. Okay. Because I want to continue this conversation, but I want to go to Malarkey and then to Kay. And then you and I are going to talk a little bit more about DEI. Okay.
No problem. I'll be waiting.
All right. So, Miss Malarkey, can you hear now?
I can. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thanks for having. I appreciate it. Didn't realize I was listening anonymously for like an hour, so I've been here. So anyway, yeah. So I mean, as Susan said, so many of the things that I was, thinking of, and it was so funny. Like when you said 270 to win, I was actually on their website. So basically, one thing that I think is really important to emphasize is the way that we reply to people, and like trying to distinguish between like who's a troll and like who is somebody that can actually be reasoned with, is a really difficult task. And so I kind of try to like keep it at like, okay, like if somebody's like blatantly disrespectful, I don't really engage with them. But if they're just kind of like semi rude, but seem like they might be like persuadable or they have a question, like I'll just like, I don't respond in a rude manner, even though it's really difficult not to do that because I kind of see myself as like, and I kind of have like imposter syndrome, but I kind of see myself as being like a surrogate for the campaign. Like when I wear like my Biden Harris sweatshirt out of the house, I'm like on my best behavior, so I should probably do that all the time. And when I'm posting stuff about them, I want to make it seem like like we're smart, decent decent, good people. And a lot of the time, pretty much all the time, the way that you communicate something is actually more important than what you're actually saying, because you need to communicate in a way that the other person can actually hear what you're saying. So if you're being kind of like rude, just like when we experience somebody that's being rude and nasty, where our first instinct, our first thought is like, ew, why are they being rude and nasty? And it totally discredits what they're saying anyway. So it's a difficult thing that I struggle with too, but I really try hard to do that. And then if I feel like I just can't not do that, then like I just keep it moving. And if somebody seems like they're really just refusing to kind of like look at what you're posting and whatever, like I really like keep it moving, because we also have to really think about like our own self-care. And in addition to that, utilizing our time and our resources in the most efficient, a kind of manner, because I know every day sometimes can feel like a year, but, and oftentimes days feel like they go by in a second, right? And so 8 months is going to come really, really quickly. So we have to make sure that we're messaging in a way that is efficient and really will mean something. So that's kind of like the first thing that I want to say. The second thing that I wanted to say was, Susan, I'm so glad that you brought up the contingent election and the third parties, because that is what scares me the most about this election. That's actually why I came onto Twitter. And so I'm involved in this project with some people. There are two things actually. One of them is a hashtag you might have seen going around that we're using. That's just hashtag Kamala Harris. We're using that to track her sentiment score, and we've actually had some pretty good success in the last like month or so. So if you see us putting out, that hashtag Kamala Harris, if you could boost that, that'd be really awesome, because it really does make a difference, because we're basically trying to like outweigh the big accounts that use that hashtag for nasty things, and we want to drown that out. And it really does help with the algorithm. And so whenever you're posting something positive about Kamala Harris, to post like use like the hashtag, so that way like it's really catching on with positive things about her, positive images about her. So that would be really awesome. And then the other one that we're doing is hashtag spoiler for Trump, spoiler with a 4. And I put up in the Nest actually a post that I just made about the contingent election, and so it's from the website Lawfare Media, and they explain exactly what will happen, and Susan mentioned some of that. The one thing that I will add to what she said is that in the House of Representatives, who will choose the president from the top 3 candidates, whoever gets the top 3 candidates that get the most electoral college votes, the each state gets a delegation. So it's not just a simple, and I think actually, Susan, you might have mentioned this, but the problem with that is that the even though we could win a House majority, because as far as I know, it is chosen by the new House, which what makes it even more important, as if we had any more reasons for us to regain the majority in the House, this is another one. And this arguably in the short term is the most important, because if these third party candidates are successful and we go to a contingent election, we really need as many Democratic delegations as possible. And we also, in like deep red districts, I'm really hoping that we get some like quote unquote reasonable Republicans. They're very hard to come by, but in districts where like it's kind of impossible that we win, but we can't really count on that. So we want to make sure that we have as many Democrats in there as possible. But the major issue is that the red state, blue state divide, even if we have a House majority, like we have like Texas, that, and all of these other red states, like I have to go into it and see like how it works out. But I think that there are less Democratic majority. So for instance, here's an example. In Texas, like I just said, there are certainly a good handful of Democratic representatives from Texas, right? Really awesome ones: Jasmine Crockett, Robert Garcia. But the majority of representatives from Texas are Republicans. So that would basically be like a Republican state. And so their votes within Texas would outweigh the Democratic votes. And then that becomes one vote for the president. So the president is essentially going to be decided by 26 House delegations. Each get one vote. And then in the Senate, like Susan said, they choose the vice president, and that's based on a simple majority. So again, we need to make sure that we have a Senate majority. And actually, I'm not even really sure how they break a tie, because if they get to 50-50, is Kamala Harris going to be voting on her own thing. I don't know. This is a mess. So the major point is that it's a mess. But the other point of it is that if it gets to that, we have to make sure that we have everything that we need in order to be successful. And Dee, I hope that you've recovered from that Dean Phillips space the other
Oh my
day.
goodness,
Um,
you owe me so big. I was telling them how like it
oh,
set
you
me
were?
off into rage tweeting in the middle of my otherwise kind of nice calm Saturday morning. But actually I'm kind of
Didn't
glad because I mean I've seen the
yeah.
information about him. I've seen his crazy tweets and you know some of his pictures of his performance, his events and things, but hearing
Uh,
him was a whole nother experience and not a good one. But like now
isn't he's one of
I know for sure, you know.
isn't he one of the most unlikable human beings you've ever encountered? Like, wow. And I'm sorry. I know that it set you off. It set me off too. I needed to hold like two spaces after that to like really like get it off my chest, okay? And for those of you that weren't there, they're recorded, so feel free to laugh at my like total just like Italian from New Jersey ranting on this. Um but didn't you feel kind of better about like me putting him on the not to toot my own horn, but anyone putting him on the spot? It just so happened that I was the only Biden bot that got called on.
Yes,
Did
no,
you him
and
about
that's what like you this morning listening here in Advocacy Arena by mistake anonymously. I was listening
yeah,
to his space anonymously until you were called on, and I was like, okay, I need to visibly support her and let her know she has support here. And I thought that you expressed the issue that he poses in this election very well. I think they were all taken aback. They were like, "Oh, what? Not a sycophant?" And he didn't really know how to respond. And when he did not respond to the questions that you posed to him at all. He just kept doubling down on, you know, I'm looking at the data. I'm looking at the data. And you know, every time he said that, you know, my anger just
yeah,
grew because it's like, you know, no, you're not. You know, you're looking at skewed polls. He even referenced Nate Silver. Okay. So
I,
if that tells you anything, and I was like, dude, you have no clue, or maybe you do, and you think that we don't. So I'm not sure which
right.
one that is.
So you mentioned to the room earlier that you listened to the Dean
I
Phillips
did,
space.
yes.
Oh, you mentioned the question before I go into it, and I'll just explain quickly what I
No,
asked
I
him.
did not. I didn't go into
Okay.
specifics about it. Just my emotional
Okay.
reaction to it.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope that you got some support that you needed, and I'm happy to talk more offline about, or in the DMs about, how I can help support
Yes,
you
I
and
shook it off really well. I just had to, you know, ground
okay.
myself in reality and truth again. That does it for me every time. So,
Yeah. So my question to him was in this all same vein about the spoiler for Trump thing, because he has said that Nikki Haley, cannot to Donald Trump, but he's also I feel like I have to draw out like a diagram with like those red like yarn strings, like and walk around the conspiracy theorists. He said that Nikki Haley cannot win against Trump. Okay, that's established. But then he said that Nikki Haley will basically wipe the floor with Joe Biden because of the polling, right? So then he says that he doesn't want Trump to win, okay? And that he wants Nikki Haley to run third party in order to take more votes from Trump, completely ignoring the fact that any polling showed that a third party will more than likely favor Donald Trump. And by his very argument that Nikki Haley will beat Biden, and that's why he needs to be the nominee for the Democrat. And again, zero polling showing that Dean Phillips will beat anyone. Dean Phillips can't even beat Joe Biden. Dean Phillips is just beating himself out there, and
Dean
it's
yeah.
frankly
Phillips can't
embarrassing to
even
watch.
beat Mary
So the
Williamson.
point
The
is, and I'll be
crystal
very
lady, and like I did tell
Come
them though
on.
about
She can't, let's be real.
his wish list, or you know, his dream scenario of
oh,
him being Nikki Haley's running mate, basically, you know, having a Republican,
exactly.
and that was so, you know, like disgusting. I mean, the other stuff was already awful enough, but I was like,
Uh,
dude, you really are not helping us, and I think you know that. And
exactly. And this is after him saying that he could never run with anyone who's anti women. Nikki Haley's in favor of a national abortion ban, and not anybody who's against LGBTQ people. Nikki Haley has literally said during her CNN town hall that the reason for the uptick in suicide rates among adolescent girls is because of trans girls in the locker room. Literally, that's what she said. Okay. So he's just disgusting. But aside from that, I asked him, like, how can you say that you're going to run on this ticket with Nikki Haley and not think that you're benefiting Trump? And it was just like word salad. So like I know that some people are like, why are you still going after Dean? Like he's like kind of irrelevant, and like he is. But at the same time, I want to keep getting this third party message out there wherever I can, and really like cutting him down. And we've cut him down to the not even viable for No Labels. So it's also kind of like sending a message to everyone else, like, you're going to be embarrassed. We're going to make memes about you. We're going to call you out. Don't even try it. And apparently No Labels is meeting on Friday in like a dark room with billionaires to pick some candidate. And so I'm wondering if anyone who, and I want to look into this more because maybe somebody has already drawn a connection. We already know that No Labels and Mark Penn Mark Penn's wife, Nancy Jacobson, is on the board of No Labels, right? Mark Penn is on the board or some kind of big wig at Harris polls. Those are the polls that are usually the most skewed against Joe Biden. And if you saw the other day, and I can put this up too, No Labels, something got leaked with this No Labels presentation where they were talking about like just attacking Joe Biden. And so they're totally in the tank for Trump. It couldn't be more obvious. There's overwhelming evidence. I'm wondering if No Labels has any connections to the Heritage Foundation. That's what I want to dig into.
Not that I have seen directly, but I can tell you this without like having a fact to back it up, but knowing that I will find one very quickly. What I find is that
Yeah.
they all basically go back to the Council for National Policy. Remember, that is the big umbrella. The Heritage Foundation is the think tank of it all. And at some point, they all connect somewhere because the three-legged stool of the umbrella of the Council for National Policy, which all of them, either their organizations or founders or members of their organization, they all belong to it. So this brings me up to another interview that I have not yet posted, but you guys be looking for it. My millennial dark money sleuth and I started a series and talking about dark money. And so the first interview, we did the first one on yesterday, and I'll get that posted on the timeline. But like I said, to answer malarkey, I'm going to find you the proof, but I will say without having it in hand, they do. So continue.
I bet it's out there. So yeah, that's everything that I had to say, and just wanted to thank everybody for doing everything that you're doing. It's really great being on here and knowing so many good people that are in this fight, and there are so many more of us than there are of them. So when you feel discouraged, just remember that. And there's I think only like a third of the entire country is on Twitter. So like there's so many more people out there that we know in our communities that are out there spreading the word too. And so everybody just also try to take care of yourself and unplug sometimes too. I'm going to be a total hypocrite and make that recommendation. So thanks again, Dee. Hope you guys have a great afternoon and day, and we'll definitely be in touch soon.
All right, most definitely. So thank you for coming in and sharing with us today. And, like I said, giving me an energy boost on Saturday. So, like I said, it just spurred me to go find truth and facts and ground myself again because, like he really had me out of my my character. So up next, we've got, I think, 2K, and then Dave, and then Pup, who I have not heard from either of you guys in a while. So looking forward to it. So 2K, Deep State, and then Pup.
Hello, everyone. So happy to be here with all of you. I needed this like you would not believe. And I'm going to take an on ramp here. First of all, Miss Malarkey, thank you so much for uplifting those hashtags. And I will do them all. I will definitely, for the sake of our amazing VP, use that hashtag because, I'm sure people in this room heard her marking the Bloody Sunday anniversary. If you did not, you are in for a treat. She tore it up,
It's
burned
in
it
the
down.
Jumbotron, folks, the link, because I tweeted or reposted her official account on that. So yes, go
Yes,
ahead,
and I
continue.
and if you can't, all I know is this: I can see her, and this is what I believe in. I'm going to hold on to a vision, and I will get back. I'll circle back to that because I want to end with that. But you can see her. I looked at her and I thought, Madam President, that is it, and that's all. What I want to say though is, so thank you, Ms. Malarkey, for that, building that awareness. Because you know what? Here's the thing: I need to learn and take information in many forms. Sometimes just seeing the feed isn't enough. I love being in the spaces and getting and hearing what I need to hear. I was aware of some little dust up with regard to Dean Phillips, and I'm sorry if anyone was upset, and I'm glad I did not go into it because you know what? He's nothing but a fool. That's all. He's just a fool, and I know he's got some axe. We all know this. I'm not going to repeat the story. He's got an axe to grind against Biden. I think he's got a screw loose, and I definitely think he has Trump tendencies with that narcissism. And what do you call it?
Yeah, I alone can fix it, because
Yes.
he was droning on and on about the issues that we faced, billionaires, yada 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 yada, whatever. But it's like, dude, you are one. It was just like some Trump tendencies and some Bernie tendencies. It's populist,
He's
entitled rhetoric. You know.
Yes. And the way, what
he's
is that
he's
old?
he's like a blender full of the worst parts of politics.
Mm-hmm.
Really. And you know that old phrase I love is what he couldn't find his ass with both hands. If you spotted him? He's not, anyway, I don't want to waste time on that. But because I do want to be in a place of uplift, I also want to call out what Miss Carla said about respect and civility. And just like I think I've mentioned before, just like we have fallen, not those of us in this space, but you know what I mean, like the grander, whatever large community has fallen off with regard to civics. We've fallen off with regard to civility. And that is something that breaks my heart. And I like to link those two things together because when we win, that is something that I want to work in that space, in that register of bringing those two things back, because I have really been worn, to use Claire McCaskill's phrase, I have been worn slick by the failure of kindness and the insensitivity and the cruelty that has come about in over the past years. And so, but let me just keep it moving. I raised my hand because, and I near my dear near. I owe you a debt of gratitude because the court business, I'm not talking about what happened today, but the court business, this, and I don't want to speculate or what have you, but that really, it's amazing what, even if you know some specter or what have you, it's amazing. I have found it amazing for me, for myself, what will send me into some sort of, I'll call it despair. And as I listen to Near, what I love too, I really want to be, first of all, I want to claim our victory. And I love just the tone of your voice when you said, we're going to win. So there's that. And I thought, you know what, really, it's like, I will keep my eye on the prize, because you know what? When you're walking a tightrope, you don't look down, you don't look left or right. You keep your eye focused, laser like, on your destination, and you walk steady and straight. And that is what I claim for all of us. So I want to be in a position also of offering uplift, not going to waste any time with fools, only going to focus on people who, I'm not even going to be in that persuadable space, because here's the thing. We just have too much going for us not to win. And it isn't even just about, as we've said in the space before, it isn't just about Joe and Kamala, like circling back around to that Dean Phillips fool. Anyone who's going to be in these United States or in this world and be about, it's just about me, there's a problem with that. And what we have with our lovely administration is they know it is a we thing. They have brought us a we thing, and they are authentic, and they have authentic caring. And that's where I want to be. Those are the people I want to be with. That's who I want to associate with. And that's what they talk about: a rising tide lifts all boat. I want to be part of that. Dee, I know you're going to talk about the Florida thing, but I'm going to say another thing too. I think these people, because the pendulum swings, I think these people are biting off more than you can chew. I know Florida is an employment at will state, but you know what? You fire a whole bunch of people. You just want to you want to watch out for that. And I don't care what
Well,
laws they passed and what have you. You want to exercise some care. So who knows what but I will zip it on that because I know you're going to say something
yeah.
about it.
And it's not just the attack on those who were teaching the faculty that was teaching DEI. You have to remember the constant attack that they have put upon the labor unions, mainly the teachers
Absolutely.
in the state of Florida. There will be
Oh,
backlash, and it will be prevalently shown at the ballot box come November.
absolutely, because the thing is too, you can't suppress history, etc. You just can't suppress truth one way or another. And to soul sister, just as you said, backlash, there are going to be all kinds of lashes. All I know though is what is our brilliant, I know other people say it, but what does our brilliant Madam Vice Presidents, when we fight, we win. And you know what? Our fight is energized by kindness. And that is what I'm going to hold on to. So I'm going to land my plane with that. Thank you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. And you always do such a great job of helping to make us laugh, to bring attention to the thing that is important, keeping the main thing. And I think that that's what we have to keep in mind, keep understanding what's at stake. And the main thing is our freedom. And no matter, what news we encounter, whatever we do, like we are literally all fighting for our very freedom because that is what is at stake. So thank you so very much to Kay. And I think up next we had Deep State, Pup, and then Betty. And I see Malarkey has her hand up, so I'll go back around for seconds on with Malarkey. And I'm going to start to wind things down. So if you wanted to come up, join in the conversation today, now would be the time. So over to you, Deep State Dave.
Thank you so much, Dee. And I wanted to also thank 2K. I'm totally with you. The people on the right, a lot of the things that they're almost everything they're doing, a big motivation for them is to own the libs. They want us to be discouraged by the court ruling today. They want us to think that we have no hope, that there's nothing we can do, that Trump's going to get us, and that we have no chance, and that's not even worth fighting for. And yeah, I'm irritated about the courts. I mean, that judge in Florida, but I can't get myself I can't let my anger take me off track of what I'm trying to do. So, we need Biden to win and Biden Harris to win, and and just do what we're doing, and certainly that doesn't mean we shouldn't care about those things. I certainly do, and it's frustrating. It just gives me more motivation. And I wanted to touch something on what Ms. Malarkey was saying about RFK and Jill Stein and all these spoilers for Trump. Yesterday RFK tweeted out suggesting that if no one got 270 electoral votes, that he would get selected to be president. And I'm sure many of you know who Eric Prince is, and he tweeted something yesterday about the 270 and that working out. I think he was suggesting it would help Trump. So I mean, they're basically just confessing that that's the plan for Jill Stein, RFK Jr., and all these people. So it's everything that they're doing is to tarnish Biden. Trump is not trying to win in the normal way. He's trying to win by, having all these other things, dragging Biden with these fake impeachments and having, 12 spoiler candidates and we all know that Jill Stein helped Trump win Michigan, and perhaps one or two other states, but just taking enough votes away from Hillary.
Yeah, just messing with the margins, and they are throwing, these spoiler, candidates in multiple places and ways,
Yeah, and
again,
so
to peel off, votes from the
yeah, and
Democrats.
it's it's blatantly obvious. You guys all know the drill, so I won't go on and on about that. So, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to share that part. But thank you again for letting me speak. That's all I have for now. I know you're winding down.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm so glad that you came up and joined in the conversation here today with us. So up next, we've got Pup, whom, like I said, haven't heard from in a while, except on the timeline. I know you've been busy. So how are you doing, man?
Yeah, pretty good, and it's always good to hear your voice, Steve. Always good. I just wanted to chime in. I'm in Minnesota, so Dean Phillips is from Minnesota, right? Well, we elected him to get rid of a really huge piece of crap, Republican. And during his campaign, the Republicans were doing a lot of he's really big money. He isn't, he's a rich guy, da 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 da. And he is a rich guy. I mean, had an incredibly successful business career. The guy's got more money than God. But he got elected, and he kind of really followed the Democratic Party, the DNC here in Minnesota. And I think what happened to him over the years is he just grew a really big head and figured he could, I'm so important, da 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 da, and I got all this money, and and I don't know. He is not the same guy. I've listened to some of his shit, and it's just like this is not the same guy that he was when we were originally elected you. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, no, so I'll leave that where it is, and I'm so sorry that you had to be in that space and listen to that nutball. Again, here in Minnesota, there's going to be a when he comes up for election, there's going to be another Republican, and he'll probably get reelected again. So, unfortunately, I think the national DNC needs to find some way to bop him on the back of the head and say, "Wake up, folks! You need to be playing the game here." And be part of the team, or maybe we'll find somebody to run against you. Now, changing topics slightly. I bounced from some of these spaces, and for some of these alternative candidates, and when I'm in the space, I exhibit the attitude of I'm willing to listen. And in particular, regarding RFK, a couple of months ago, it was just like, I was in this space, and I said, and they asked, would you vote for RFK? And my response is, well, he's a nutball. Are you crazy? And, their response was, well, really need to go listen to him, and da 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 da. And so what I did for about a month is if he had done an interview anywhere, if he had spoken some words anywhere, I listened to it. And to be quite blunt, it really just reaffirmed that, he really is a nutball. Batshit crazy kind of guy. The other thing that I noticed about RFK, and it seems to be very typical with a lot of these quote, quote, third party candidates, is they have an ability to identify all of our social ill. And they talk about them. They talk about them. They talk about them. And they spin up the crowd. But you know what I don't see is any damn solution. Okay, so, if you got a problem, the first thing is to recognize you got a problem, and then you got to figure out how to solve it. And none of these candidates have any
Yeah,
real.
because it's just populist rhetoric, which is what they do.
Yep.
That's the tell right
Yep,
there.
yep. And then you look at Biden, and I developed a short list. I put it in a graphic because I couldn't type it all into 280 frickin' characters on X. And I now, when somebody says, well, what has Biden done? I dump on this graphic, which, it's got just this after this, and then I label it as a short list. But yeah, these guys don't have any solutions. And then I look at Biden, and my God, what a successful presidency. Holy shit, did he get a lot accomplish. I mean, it's just, and with one hand tied behind his back, no less. So, somebody is really going to have to impress the shit out of me, for me to change my vote away from Biden, which at this juncture just ain't going to effing happen. I mean, we've got a proven quantity. We know where he is. We know what he's going to do. He's surrounded himself with some of the smartest, if not the smartest people on the planet. Some of the damn smartest people on the planet. I'm going to put a shout out to Pete Buttigieg. What a brilliant motherfucker. Oh, God. Degrees. He speaks well. He's charismatic. He spent time in the military, in combat, and I mean, and what he's doing and how he's administrating transportation is just freaking impressive. Which, ironically enough, I would have expected out of Pete. It's just, we've got a winning goddamn ticket. We've got the damn solution, and the longer this goes on, I just really don't understand people that don't see that. I mean, spend 10 minutes.
Yeah. Well, some folks don't want to because they have been brainwashed. And I don't say that, like trying to be funny or whatever, but our media has done a very good job of kind of helping to reinforce the beliefs that the Republicans, the narratives that they would like us to believe, because, they're using many different vehicles. Of course, we know, Christianity is one of those things. So, like, but these people are very far from it. So I can understand, and we have to really acknowledge the fact that it's not just Trump or a few other of these people. Like, there is a whole community, because it's a cult. And so even when these people are gone, have been dealt with, the people and the mentality that they have infused will still be there, and it's going to take time for us to bring back to sanity, and sadly some may be lost forever.
Yeah, I just want a quick anecdotal story. So I've got one of my neighbors. He's not well read, book learning wise, but he's a pretty smart guy. And we do a lot of things together. And we were on our way to Grand Rapids the other day, and out of the blue, Danny looks at me and goes, "What do these Trump people? What motivates them? Because he hasn't voted in like 5 or 6 elections, but." And he says, "What is motivating these people? Obviously, do they not see that?" And I just looked at Dan and I said, "Dan, the reason these people vote, are supportive of him is because he hates the same people that they hate." And we had a long discussion about it. And I think for the first time in, like I said, probably 5 or 6 elections, which is 20 some years, I think Danny's actually going to get out and vote.
Well, yay for Danny. Sorry it took so long, but glad he's finally waking up, because, as they like to accuse us of saying, this is the most important election of our lives. And every one of them is. And we wouldn't have to keep saying that if people took us serious when we said it the first time. Okay.
That's an interesting way to look at it, D. If you'd just woken up and smelled the coffee the first time around, we wouldn't have to keep telling you. It's kind of like training kids or dogs. Just keep gotta beating them in the head. Figuratively, obviously, but yeah, it's just I just now am I I've listened to and done a lot of my research. Biden's going to win the next election. Period. It may be close. I think it's going to be not so close. I think he's going to. I think he's going to storm on him. And now I worry about what happens afterwards, and especially with Mike Johnson in his position, and counting electoral votes, stuff like that. But I think what I'm really focusing on is the down ballot elections. We need to get take back Congress, and we need to maintain our majority in the Senate. And I so am I a Biden supporter? Absolutely. Will I promote him every chance I get? But
Yeah.
we really need to start looking at uh,
Well,
uh,
we can never take our eyes off the local elections, because, see, here in Tennessee and places like North Carolina and Texas and Florida, it really kind of doesn't matter the kind of representation we have at the federal level when our state houses are GOP trifectas.
Yep.
And, whatever they institute at a federal level has to be implemented at a state or local level. And we don't have those people in place to do it. That's how people can say he hasn't done anything because the good that he has done has been stopped on purpose.
Yep.
And undone. So that's why, again, I'm glad your friend Joe. I hope he just doesn't, start every 4 elections. We need people civically engaged in every election because the state houses right now are where our democracy is being unraveled and undone. At warp speed,
Yep.
and they are just indicating there are a harbinger of what will be done at a federal level. But yeah, there are already places like I said, like here in Tennessee, and Van Jones did Tennessee no service by his little special and trying to both sides it. Like we have Nazis here running for office, and we have legislative people sitting up there passing bills that you cannot have a pride flag in school, but he wears a Confederate tie and the Confederate flag is okay. Florida, doing away with the teaching of Black history for AP classes, but now instituting the mandatory teaching of communism starting in kindergarten. Like, I mean, we're living in very, very dangerous times. I would imagine, because I am old, but I'm not that old. I feel that this is probably the same atmosphere akin to that of the 1930s.
Yeah,
And so,
I would go with late 30s, early 40s.
mhm.
Because it mimics a lot of what was going on in Germany in 1936 through, say, 1939.
Yeah,
Um,
so people need to be aware that, history may not do an exact repeat, but it definitely rhymes and sometimes not in a good way or the best way. And I feel like that's what they're trying to make this happen now is they're trying to rhyme and replicate, and we have to stop it.
oh,
But if you
I see him using Goebbels techniques literally on a daily basis. I made a
ex-
bunch of posts today, about it.
Southern Strategy, the
there
remix.
Yes, and that's all it is really, and they're also using, Putin's Kremlin propaganda
Yep.
tactics because the thing of it is like they talk about in the media, unfortunately, is a big enabler, and sometimes they are like complicit in the case of Fox or whatever. But you talk about people, they say who uses the term open border. No one except Republicans and the right wing media. They're the ones who keep saying it. So that works, even though we know that is not true. What it does to the people who are listening is indoctrinate that belief, that false belief in them. So
Yep.
like we have to pay attention to these things. But if you'll wrap it up, I have a couple of more speakers. I want to give you a chance to wind down that I want to get to before we close it out. Yes,
Yeah,
Betty.
just real quick, D. To contrast with some of the bad states here in Minnesota, we have a trifecta, and the stuff that Walls and Flanagan have done is just such a wonderful place to live. I mean, they're taking care of business. They're covering all the stuff that you would expect, and stuff even beyond that. Flanagan's a member of the Ojibwe. We've got a Native American as a lieutenant governor. Holy shit! The stuff that's going on in the schools, Indian history is now Native American history is now being taught again and in depth. It's just so. What I wanted to say is, if you can get a trifecta in your state, oh my God, is it wonderful to live here? you there is a light. We're a blue dot, literally surrounded by 5 red states and a foreign country on the north. It's just, I mean, IVF, Walls makes positive statements about we will never, never do that. IVF is open to everybody. Matter of fact, I got 2 kids thanks to IVF. Abortions, absolutely. we're here for it. We support women's rights, and it's just on and on and on and on. When you get some good common sensey people running the place, we didn't have a lot of snow this winter, but all the snow is plowed, for Christ's sakes. I mean, the down and dirty stuff. And at that, I'll get off my hobby horse and my plug for Minnesota anyway.
Oh, well, thanks, Pup. Appreciate it. And yeah, Dean is a Minnesotian, so I appreciate you coming in and speaking to that. But
Yeah, we'll take care of him. Don't worry. Good
I
to hear your
appreciate
voice, Dee.
that. All right. So up next, I think we have Betty, and then I'll go back to Malarkey, and then Carla and I are going to talk a little bit about DEI. I don't know if you saw the article on my timeline or in the Nest from the Heritage Foundation about it. So if you haven't, take a look at that, and we're going to kind of pick up a little bit before we close out on that. So Betty, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, Dee. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Yeah, I hit it. I didn't even know that I had the mic on until you called my name. I think I moved the phone and must have picked it up. I have a bad habit of hitting it near the
Um, you're
microphone.
not the only one that happens to, but
um,
good to hear your voice.
Thank you. It's always good to hear yours. I enjoy coming to your space when I can.
Okay.
Um, but
Well,
yeah, I just don't have anything. I'm sure I'd have a lot to say, but I don't know what
yeah.
it was right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, no problem.
keeping
Have a
it on
good
PC.
right. Have a good rest of the day. We're gonna hold
Thanks.
it
You too.
down here and educate folks and get them out to vote here in Tennessee
Yeah,
because we're a red trifecta, and we can become blue again because at one time we were a divided government. We would
right.
have complete. The Democrats held the state legislature for decades, but we have cycled back and forth from Democratic to Republican governors, and that kind of works when there's a balance of power, and that's how things were set up. But now we have a red trifecta, and these are not your regular old Republicans. These are. Extremists who call themselves constitutional Republicans. They've already taken on over my hometown, and they are, working very hard to do that in the state house. So, thanks for being here, my fellow Tennessean. I'm going to go back to Malarkey, and then Carla Jean and I are going to talk a little bit about DEI and hear from LMZ before we close out.
Thank you, Dee.
Hmm.
Okay, thanks for coming back to me. So just I'll try to be really quickly. So as far as the Biden Harris goes, I put up in the Nest a thread that I made, taken from the White House website that has like a post per like different section of their accomplishments. They have some really great graphics. So definitely go to the White House website, turn on your alerts for Biden Harris, make sure that they're on all the time. Elon like made me unfollow Joe Biden, which like come on, they couldn't be more obvious. Anyway, the next thing was as far as Dean like being a Democrat and all this stuff, I'll just be like say one quick thing. I put up a thread about that. Basically, No Labels formed the Problem Solvers Caucus. They were formed to elect blue dog Democrats to basically obstruct progressive agenda. So I put that up there. You can check that out and research that on yourself. And then the other thing is as far as House Rep, I put up in the Nest there. I made a list of the 17 remaining House Republicans in Biden won districts. They're definitely the most vulnerable. There are others that are more vulnerable that I can give you guys another time. But I would really appreciate it because like I can only like attack so many people. I could just have a lot, but like any more posts the better because a lot of these people don't get enough attention. So somebody like Brian Fitzpatrick, for instance, from the first district in Pennsylvania. I think that No Labels is really looking strongly at him. I don't know if he would do it, but he's like their dream candidate, like a no kind of name guy. He's like seemingly normal, has like a pretty like spotless, reputation. He's in the Problem Solvers Caucus as well. So like I go to his posts and there's like nobody's commenting on it. And he's just putting out things that are like blatantly untrue, but he doesn't come off as like aggressive. Like he's just very like bland. And then people like Mike Lawler has like a really narrow victory in a pretty solid blue district that Biden won in 2020. So to like go after these people, challenge them all the time on all of their nonsense. So I put that list up there to make it a little bit more easier for you. And then the next one is as far as RFK goes, going after him. I also I made a list of the spoiler for Trump candidates. RFK's in there, No Labels is in there, and then possible candidates. So like Nikki Haley, Dean, that guy Brian Fitzpatrick, and then all like the executives for No Labels. So you can go after them more easily and track what they're doing. As far as RFK Jr. goes, something that I communicate to people about that, I don't even really go into like how he's like a lunatic conspiracy theorist, because some of these people that are mentioning him also believe some of the stuff they're saying. So that's like a whole other conversation. What I say to them is that, you like the guy. However, it really is impossible. He's not even on the ballot in all 50 states. So there's no chance that he will get to 270. And then I ask them, like, do you support Trump? Some of them do. And then it's like, okay, well, we're not really getting anywhere. But the people that, that absolutely do not support Trump, then explain to them like the stuff with the contingent election, and that if he deprives Biden of electoral college votes, even in one state, then it could possibly go to a contingent election, then it goes to Trump. Or if he deprives Joe Biden of a certain amount of votes in like Michigan, say, and then Michigan goes to Trump, like you're voting for Trump. So that I found is like a little bit effective, but definitely something that we have to keep working on. And in addition to that, like even like regardless of that too, it also like his intention. So somebody that is a little bit more open minded and like showing them how like Steve Bannon encouraged like RFK Jr. to run, like, and for that, and he says it right on video. It's not
Yeah,
speculation.
none of this
So
stuff is secret. Like, people
no,
have to understand that. So,
exactly. So I think that's pretty much it. Just wanted to throw that stuff up there. I put a bunch of them in the nest, and I think I put them in the comments below. So thanks again, everybody.
all right, thanks, Malarkey. Appreciate you. And up next, we've got a couple of speakers who have come up. Bobby, who I haven't heard in a long time, and then Geechee. So, Bobby, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I won't take long. I just know a lot of people have been upset and bothered by the SCOTUS decision. And all I can say is that I hope that people take their feelings with them into the polling place and that they start.
And tomorrow, Super Tuesday,
And
take
tomorrow,
all of that.
yes, keep that energy because yeah, we've ignored the courts for a long time, to our own detriment. So, and we really need to start paying better attention to what's happening in the court and understand what's afoot. Republicans understand that they can't do a lot of things they want to do through normal election and through the normal legislative process. So they're using the courts to get it done. And I think that we just need to acknowledge that and start planning for the future and making these things central to how we think about it. Because I've heard people, for instance, say we need to protect things like Roe, women's rights. Well, how are you going to do that with the Supreme Court? Pass all the legislation you want? How do you think it's going to
I
stand
mean,
up?
that's their game plan. That was it for them, because it was like, I don't care what you blue states do, because we're going to challenge it. Let's look at the original um, bill that President Biden passed for student loan. They challenged it immediately. They took, so yeah, go ahead, Bobby. But you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and this
Not to
Colorado
mention
decision was
affirmative action. Sorry.
no, no, you're absolutely right, Carla, for bringing that up because in those instances in that you guys are talking about, the Supreme Court said we don't even care what the case is about. We don't care about the precedent. We don't even care about the law. We're just going to do what we want to do, and we're going to make up a reason to do it. That's literally what they did today. So they didn't even touch the central issue in the Colorado case. Didn't even go near. None of them did. And they voted 9-0 again. Didn't even talk about insurrection. If you listen to the oral arguments, barely touched on it. So we're in a very bad place right now, and I think people need to understand when you see a unanimous decision like that out of the Supreme Court, a 9-0, we should all sit up a little bit in our chairs and start asking ourselves, hold up, what's really going on? So, and that's all.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate you coming in. Nice to hear you again. I've gone to some of the spaces that you've hosted with Dr. A. Fantastic. So it's good to hear you there too. So thanks again. I appreciate it. And yes, we all need to sit up and pay attention, because the and I will add this, that I talk about these constitutional Republicans that we have here in my state, in my county in particular. They call themselves constitutional Republicans, and then they say that we are not a democracy. We are a country of laws and orders. But you see what they do with the law and order. It's like laws for thee, but not for me. Because when I don't agree with them, I will change them or I will ignore them. See Alabama, see Ohio. So we really do need to keep that in mind, that like the courts are not our friend. They are not the courts of yesteryear. And once we get a trifecta in our federal government, then we can start to address some of these things and them too, perhaps. So, Geechee, and then I'm going to have a little back and forth with Carla and then LMZ, and we're going to close out after that. And my fabulous co host is going to give us some union updates, which, I'm excited to hear about as well. So, Geechee, are you there?
I am. I just wanted to say that this has been a wonderful, wonderful engagement. There's just so many smart conversations about so many different things. I'm just really impressed. I look forward to the talk between you and Carla. I had to apologize to Carla a little while ago because I was wrong about a policy and she was right, and I apologize. So you're supposed to do when you're wrong is apologize. So I look
And
forward
you
to it.
always do that, Geechee. One of
Yes.
the many things that I love about you, because it's okay for us to be wrong. You know
Yeah.
what
If
I'm
I'm
saying?
wrong, I own it. I think it's a sign of strength
It's
and a sign of character.
it is, and
Um,
it's one of the things that I love about you. It's the fact that you stand 10 toes down on everything you believe in, but you also stand 10 toes down in admitting your wrongs, and it's one of the best things about you.
I appreciate that. Oh, and you're invited to the event at the end of this month. We got to talk about it. I'll talk to you in your DM, Carla.
No problem. I'll send you my phone number. You can call me if you need to. Right.
Okay.
All right.
Or one of those little New York get togethers. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Geechee, for saying that. So, Carla, I am so glad that you came with passion and so much information about DEI. Did you have a chance to just kind of look at or peruse the article that I posted from the Heritage Foundation?
I haven't had the chance yet. I was literally like listening into I was listening in.
Yeah, that's
No,
okay.
I was
But
listening in the space as I'm helping my mom make a vegetarian lasagna. So like my mom is
awesome.
my mom was listening to the space and she was like, "Oh," she was like one of the things that I love about my mom, she's a news junkie. She's always wanted information. And when I tell you that the first thing this lady said to me was like, "They're not talking about any of this on the news." I said, "I know." So
Your mom's a smart cookie. I appreciate that. And that is why we get together and have spaces, every week to help keep people informed and engaged. And I know you and Shauna do yours, and so many other people. And that's what we have to continue to do, to provide the plug the holes and the gaps that are being left from mainstream media, because they are not our friend. Just like we know the court's not our friend, neither is the media. We are all called upon at this particular time to be deputized citizen journalists.
yeah, and it's so funny because we've been saying this for such a long time. You've got to be the news source for your family. Unfortunately, like, and my mom and I argue about things all the time because she'll repeat the things that she hears on the news, and then when I present her with new information, she's like, "But they don't talk about this," and I was like, "Yeah, because they don't want to." Because we were literally talking about the Palestine situation, and we were talking about the protest voting that's going on during this primary season, and people were really upset and saying, "Well, how is uncommitted working for you?" And I'm like, you cannot state that you want people to vote and be angry that they use voting as the political maneuver that it is. Because let's be clear, politics and voting are political maneuver. In politics, voting is a political maneuver. You are stating what you are supporting and you are stating what you want to address. And literally, if we're not doing this during the primaries, we're failing as voters because a lot of people feel powerfully about the Palestinian occupation. Not to mention the other genocides that
Okay,
are
well,
going on.
okay, let's stick a pin in that. I don't want to, because
Yeah,
we
I
had
know.
another conversation about that. I want to stick with DEI because it
DEI.
is something that
Oh my gosh.
was on my list because DEI, I just, like I said, just want to have a few moments with you about it because what people need to understand
Hmm.
is that like it is not just DeSantis or these lone organizations that are pitching this. Like Heritage Foundation, who is the author of the Project 2025, it is a think tank. This is where I like we've had this dark money discussion and how they really are the ones controlling the levers of power in our democracy right now. Like we say Republicans and we say, the GOP, but they are being guided by the people who are funding them. And a lot of that funding is coming from the Council for National Policy and the various different organizations that operate under that umbrella. And, the Heritage Foundation is one of those big legs because they're the think tank. So think about how we talked about how dark money works
Yes.
and how the Republican agenda is advanced. They have the think tanks because the think tanks get the academics and people to write the papers so that when the politicians are speaking, they have their talking points and they have these references to go back to that seem legitimate and well vetted and coming from highly acclaimed sources, but it's being created. And then the other part of that is Alec, who takes these papers, these white papers and these essays and these experts, so to speak, even the climate deniers, they're part of this.
Yes.
And they take it, and then Alec crafts these bills that, because Alec just acts as a bill mill,
Mm.
and then they pass it to to these different states like Florida and Tennessee and Texas or whatever, or to certain um, politicians at the federal level, because I want you guys to clearly understand, like, it was not Mike Johnson's idea. It was none of those lawmakers' idea
You
to
can.
tack funding of Ukraine to the border. That came from the Heritage Foundation. It was not their idea to impeach Mayorkas, no matter how animated and performative they are about it. I'm here to tell you. You guys know I posted about it last week, but the Heritage Foundation literally wrote an essay. Several people, usually they partner, it's not always a single person, about how he needed to be impeached and why he needed to. And basically, these lawmakers are taking their talking points and their bills from them. So understand that. This last article that was written on February 29th by them, I just want to give you some the highlights. The battle to eliminate DEI in education has just begun. Proponents of diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology may be down, but they're not out. At many schools, the whole process of hiring is soaked through and through with DEI. So the fight against DEI on campus must expand to replace closed minded connoisseurs, which is, what they're calling, they're the people who are open to it and progressive minded people, with open minded educators committed to teaching and training successive generations. So again, this is still part and parcel of the Project 2025's aim and agenda, because they want to infuse their beliefs and their ideology into, how this country should be ran and governed. And religion is a very big part of that agenda. And the hate, the othering, anything that expands a pluralistic democracy is antithetical to their agenda and what they want. So again, like I said, I appreciate you bringing that up, but what I always try to do is I want people to connect these dots. Like these candidates and lawmakers, they didn't just come up with the idea or get together with the group. They are being guided, you know. So I do hope that you take that article and take a look at it. And when you talk about it, not it just you, but when you talk about it, talk about that aspect of it too, because I think it is important that is one of the goals and aims that I have here is connecting those dots. You know, sometimes I'm connecting dots of history to present day, and other times I am connecting dots of influence, primarily, you know, money, because that is what is influencing these right wing agendas. I mean, I'm not saying
Well,
they don't believe it.
they're actually quite rabid about it, but one of the things that I think we need to pay attention to is the fact that the same person who brought the affirmative action lawsuit, who supported the affirmative action lawsuit that was ultimately successful, is the same person that brought the lawsuit again. This refers back to Bobby's point about how the Supreme Court doesn't have standards for the cases brought before them, because this wasn't actually even a real case. This was a what if case. What if I don't want to service a gay client? Why should I be forced to service a gay client if I don't want to? And I think it was the general I think when people found this out, I think they were shocked to find out that if people find out you're a racist, or your policies are really bigoted for any reason, they're going to not send you business. They're not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. And I think that's part of the reason why there's been this huge push against DEI. It's a cultural, again, what the Republican Party specializes in is culture war.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is what they are fighting on and stirring up within the Democrats. And,
Right.
you know, the people, again, I want to point you to the dark money players and actors, because Charlie Kirk and Mike Flynn have been touring since President Biden took office, having their Reawaken America tours.
Yes.
And that is what it is focused on and designed to do, to stoke the culture wars and to infuse religiosity into that culture war and make it part and
It
parcel.
is.
And there you go. You've got white Christian nationalism,
Mhm.
and you know everybody is you know marching around the walls of Jericho. You know the
It's it,
woke.
it's very enlightening to me. It's very eye-opening to me that we were seeing all these articles about Leonard Leo. How many articles have you seen about him lately?
Well, you
That's
don't have to see any articles, but I can guarantee you I'm going to keep talking about him. And
yes.
if, in case you guys weren't here earlier, I did do an interview with my dark money sleuth. Mud Puppy, and it will be up probably later today or tomorrow. And she and I are going to be doing a series because, again, like I said, people need to understand like these are just not, you know, individual actors. This
This
agenda is
is
being driven.
this is a machine. This is not
Exactly.
this
And
is a
it's not
full-blown
even
machine. This is a full-blown
and it's
machine.
not even a new one, Carla, because like a lot of
The
people like,
Federalist
you know,
Society.
now the
It started with
right,
the
but
Federalist Society, and it's
oh
branched
no,
off into
it goes back further than that, my
true.
dear. So
True.
here's the deal. The Project 2025 is a modern day iteration of the leadership mandate for leadership, which was given to President Reagan. But that is a dusted off and a new version of something that they created in 1937 called the Conservative Manifesto. And why was the Conservative Manifesto created? Because it was a backlash to the Green New Deal. See any parallels here?
Mm.
Okay. It's not new. Their ideas are not new. Like they didn't want people to have Social Security, they didn't want regulation. So none of this stuff is new. And this is all born out of the libertarian group of people. Then it was John Burke. You know, around that same time, he started the newspaper, the New Republic, because keep in mind this was after World War II, and people were hurting. It was also after the Depression, so everybody was hurting, and everybody felt like, yeah, I think it's a good idea that the government do some things to ease the burden and to help us. What is President Biden saying now? We just came through a pandemic. Yeah, I think it's a good idea for the government to, help us and ease the burden. And they were saying, no, no, we don't want that. We don't want that, because, libertarians, it's all about the private sector and those people profiting and making the rules, and they don't want any rules for their businesses or what they do. And like I said, this is not new. Even Project 2025, we're talking about it, but it is not new. It is the dusted out version of the 1937 Conservative Manifesto. Look it up. Okay. So with that, I have loved it, loved it, loved it. And I want to continue this conversation with you. But every time, like I said, when we have these things, I don't want us to get lost in the shiny object of the situation, the Trump antics, or even these bills, that they bring out, because you want to know what's going to come up next. Check out the Heritage Foundation's website. You will be able to forecast exactly what agenda is going to be taken up in the House or at state houses. And once I figured that out, it has helped me so much. And it's like clockwork, like clockwork.
And
And
you can see a real time observation of this when you look at the Florida legislation. Because think about it, they passed an abortion ban. They passed this anti DEI legislation. They passed the legislation that recently came through, basically lowering spousal support payments for divorcees. And all of this is aimed toward making life easier for white men. And um it's quite insane to me how people
mm-hmm,
are not like. And when you think about it, and the Don't Say Gay bill that came through from Florida school board leaders, with the support of Florida school board leaders that have been put in place by the Republican Party and for their Moms for Liberty support group. And it is not an accident that the head of the
and
Republican Party
again,
that was charged with rape
yeah,
is
I
also
mean,
the is also the husband of the woman who is one of the two leaders for Moms for Liberty. It's insanity.
Exactly, and like I said, again, look at it. Their tactics aren't new. They just use old ones that work, because the Moms for Liberty is just a modern day iteration of the United Daughters of the
Yep.
Confederacy. And and yes, Christian Ziegler, he could not wait to promote and use the Moms for Liberty. His wife Bridget was one of the co-founders, and
Hmm.
yeah, now he made them into the Moms for Threesome, but they too was influenced by Alec. They started that in like 1 month after they had gone to an Alec seminar about education and um, the LGBT issues. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, it is no accident. They are being guided, and the people who funded them, they were not grassroots. They were being funded by the Parents for in Defense of Education, which was a woman who is part of the Federalist Society. Also, the Publix heiress was another one of them. And then, Turning Point USA and some other people. So they all are tied to dark money. And like I said, the people who are pulling the reins, who are doing the guiding, are the the folks that are part of that Heritage Foundation. And that Project 2025, like, it's not just a few people, like,
It
there
is.
are hundreds,
It is.
hundreds.
And it is not an exaggeration that literally a lot of that funding needs to be examined, because again, these money organizations leave us wide wide open to outside interference from other countries. If we do not know where the money is coming from, how can we guarantee that this money is not coming from Russia, not coming from China, not coming
Yeah,
from
and that's
Turkey?
why,
That's why
Senator Sheldon Whitehouse works on this all the time, but I am
he's
going to
doing
have
the
to wrap
most.
up. Yeah, he is. And he's the one who caused investigative journalists to start digging deep and doing the stories about the judges and so forth. So I think it is really important, like I said, that we keep our focus and we understand, like we see what they're doing, but we understand why they are driven and how they are driven to do what they do. But with that, Mark came back up and then LMZ and I'm going to close this out. So
Okay, thank you so much for speaking with me. And yes, I loved listening to Mark, and I missed LMZ. I'm so gonna listen to the space that you had with her earlier. Thank you so much.
well, thank you. I appreciate you. So Mark, go brother.
Oh, so a bit of breaking news. I'm not sure if
I
we
kind of
discussed it.
thought that there was, I just sensed something in the energy and the way that you came up. So break it to us. Let us have it.
So the 11th Circuit overturned Florida's Woke Act as unconstitutional content-based discrimination. So that entire state legislative act is null and void. And I really doubt the Supreme Court is even going to take it up. It is pure content-based viewpoint discrimination. It's unconstitutional. So that DeSantis shit is going back and going
It's
down.
it's about to come to a screeching halt. And I think he sensed this because he, like irony of all ironies, he said, these banned book things have gone too far. You think? I mean, you opened this floodgate, dude.
Correct, and reminder that the 11th and Fifth Circuit are two of the most conservative courts in the land. They're even more conservative than the Supreme Court. So for the 11th Circuit again to procedurally slam this is just clearly, it was always clearly unconstitutional. It was just an exercise in futility for the state legislature to think that this was something they were going to do. It was all performance for to launch his presidential campaign. But these kind of things do damage to real folks and real people and kids and actual persons that they're targeting for this type of legislation. So again, another. Even though we have the kind of system that we have in this democracy, and we have, the rule of law is even on, even procedurally with regard to conservative courts is saving our union. The application of constitutional principles is not bending to the will the will of this far right group like Mons for Liberty and things of that nature. So this is a good ruling. I do not expect the Supreme Court to grant any type of cert here. It's just clear unless they really want to change free speech for even themselves, which they're not going to touch that either. So this is a good ruling. It's a good thing, and it was unanimous too. The Stop Woke Act is unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination for disallowing employers from holding certain diversity-related trainings. So even the anti-DEI movement in Florida, that's
It's
going to
going
come
to
up
come.
next.
Yes. Yes,
That's
and that's going
forthcoming.
to come to a stop. That was my thinking exactly.
You might even see a reversal in the university system based upon this ruling. You may see it. It just depends. But somebody's going from our side is going to sue for discrimination for clearing out the DEI programs immediately. That's unconstitutional because what is the constitutional basis for not allowing DEI? Where are you getting that from in the first place? So again, if this is the case with the 11th Circuit, they're not going to, the anti DEI stuff is not going to survive.
Exactly, because like a lot of people lost their jobs. A lot, So I'm looking forward to that and looking for your updates on that. So thankful that we were here long enough to get that great breaking news from our legal scholar. So thanks so much, Mark. Like I said, there was something in my spirit that said, yeah, he's coming with some good news. There's so much going on right now. So
Well,
thanks a bunch.
also, last week, the court denied Mark Meadows' request for an entire court to rehear his appeal from the Georgia case. seeking removal to Fulton County, seeking removal to federal court. So that with no judge dissenting there in the 11th Circuit, that is actually, if this case in Georgia is allowed to go on, that purports a gravity of seriousness to even Trump's legal defense as well. So Meadows, the 11th Circuit didn't even want to review it en banc, and that means that it likely means that the Supreme Court is not going to want to hear that removal as well. So there's a lot of stuff happening in the appellate courts. I wish that the Supreme Court was moving faster, as the 11th seems to be doing, but we are where we are.
Absolutely. So again, at least when they moved in a reasonable, sane direction. So thankful for that. So, Pup, if you'll be really, really quick, because I do want to wrap up. If you just had a comment, go ahead.
Well, actually, two comments. I learned long ago not to argue or disagree with Carla because she brings the receipt. And second comment is Maddow's book, most recent book, talks about the pro-Nazi movement in about the same time period that you're talking about, the 30s and
Yes, prequel, and
yeah.
she has a podcast that is kind of like the same.
Yeah, but
It's
there's
about the book.
a lot of good a lot of good background information, like you were starting to talk about. I would strongly recommend everybody read that. And
Absolutely.
and I would just like to thank everybody in the room. Dee, Carla, Bobby. It is so refreshing to see that people are starting to look behind and draw the curtain back to find out why is this happening. I mean, I get into a lot of spaces and everybody's complaining about what's happening currently, and seems to be looking, other than you guys, seem to be looking behind the curtain going, why is this happening? How did that come about? Anyway, I just want a big shout out and thanks folks.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So now I appreciate your patience, my dear. I would like to thank LMZ for being here, thank her for the interview that I had with her, and just honor her in this National Social Workers Month along with Women's History Month. So thank you for being here, my dear. Thank you for the interview. Thank you for the work and the advocacy that you are so dedicated to. So you have the floor, my dear.
Thank you so much, Miss D. That's why I'm here, was to thank you for interviewing me on Advocacy Arena podcast, and that I've now been added to the extraordinary list of previous people that you've interviewed for Advocacy Arena podcast. And I also wanted to acknowledge Ngazi, of course, for being a school social worker, which is one of the other one of the many different and such an important parts of the social work profession is our school social worker. So I honor her this month as well. President Biden has acknowledged March as being National Social Work Month. This week, March 3rd through the 9th, does honor Ngazi's work in particular, because this week is School Social Worker Month. But so thank you again, Miss D, just for inviting me to be on your Advocacy Arena podcast. You've already had some great interviews before me that I've taken the time to listen to and learn from people that are in our community that participate in Advocacy Arena on a regular basis, and learn more about them. And so I was honored that you asked me. And I know that there's other great interviews still to come, and I look forward to hearing from them. And the only thing that I would just add is that social workers are upheld to their code of ethics. And those ethics are service, social justice, dignity and worth of the person, importance of human relationships, integrity, and competence. And the social justice piece is very important for people to be aware of. We are the only helping profession that has social justice as one of our core competencies. There is no other helping profession that has social justice as part of their code of ethics. So while I want to make it clear that psychologists and guidance counselors and mental health professionals and substance abuse counselors, and all those people are doing honorable, good work on behalf of their clients and families and communities and individuals. Social workers are the only group of people that are upheld to the cause of social justice. So while I listened to today's fascinating space, there were so many things that were discussed that I am advocating either for or against on a regular basis in my work. And the other thing I would say, because social workers advocate for social justice, and that means that even a social worker that might be a licensed clinical social worker that's meeting with clients to counsel them, they still are upheld to social justice. Social workers are upheld to social and political action. Social workers, it's in their code, our code of ethics, to vote. That is not a suggestion. We are upheld to it in our code of ethics. So there are some different things about social workers that not everybody knows. And so during Social Worker Month, again, I'm just grateful, Miss D, that you did interview me. And I hope I did it justice. As y'all can hear from my voice, I'm a little bit under the weather. And that is probably because of the stress of what is happening in our country and what is happening in my red state, and the oppression that is happening to people in my state, and the work that I do on a regular basis to try to advocate for and on behalf of people that are being who are vulnerable and disadvantaged and oppressed and exploited, and that legislators are continuing to pass policies and pieces of legislation that are going to harm people, and at the same time fighting up against people that are supposedly in my own party saying that they're not going to vote or they're going to vote a certain way, which will only give more power to the people that are causing the oppression and the exploitation and the disadvantagedness and the vulnerability of the groups of people and individuals and children and families and seniors that I'm advocating on before. So it's an interesting place to be in, because, you know, when anybody gets sick, the word disease is the word DIS and then ease, dis-ease. And so the question is right now, am I at ease with things? And so the answer to that would be absolutely not. I'm not at ease with things at all. I'm very diseased with the state of things. But I will see how things go with Super Tuesday tomorrow. And I'm hopeful that people will continue to do the right things. I will say, lastly, that I believe that the DEI situation, the ruling in Florida, is catastrophic for many reasons. Of course, for what it will do to harm Black students and Black studies and everything on college campuses at PWI campuses in Florida. But everything that Ron DeSantis has done has spread throughout all of the red states, as Miss D has spoken about, and I have as well ad nauseum in here through the ALEC, ALEC program. And so just like Florida has Don't Say Gay, my state has Senate Bill 49, the Parents' Bill of Rights. It's the exact same bill. And school social workers like in Ghazi, if they help a young person in regards to that situation, if they uphold their code of ethics here in North Carolina and violate our version of Don't Say Gay, they can be fined $5,000 and lose their license for respecting the inherent dignity and worth of that child. So social workers are on the front lines of this kind of stuff every day. But the DEI stuff on the college campuses, of course, what it does to Black students, first and foremost, but that diversity, equity, and inclusion, as you know, was intersectionality. So that is also going to destroy LGBTQ initiatives on college campuses. It's going to destroy initiatives for disabled students. It's going to destroy initiatives for Muslim students. It's going to destroy initiatives for all walks in life of students, because it was to be DEI, all
Yeah,
kinds of
anything
inclusive,
other than white Christian.
anything other than white Christian fascism. So, I grieve that. I think it is extremely catastrophic, and it will be replicated not just in Florida, because everything Ron DeSantis has done in the state of Florida has been copied in Tennessee, has been copied in North Carolina, has been copied in Alabama, in Arkansas, in Missouri, etc. That is why when Governor Greg Abbott just had his little showdown at the border, when he would not listen to the federal government in regards to the Department of Justice and what needed to be done around the border, there was, what was it, 23 red states, 26 red states that were signing letters and standing in solidarity with Greg Abbott. So there is a level of brokenness and a level of bigotry and white supremacy that goes beyond the head of Donald Trump. White supremacy is the number one issue, as we said over and over and over again. But like I will say, as I'm about to land my plane, if the Democratic Party does not win the election, and I appreciate Geechee so much explaining that people are not focused on the general election in March of 2024. I hear him and I know he's right about that. However, if we do not win, if Biden and Harris are not reelected on November 5th of 2024, it will not be because Trumplicans cost them the election. It will be because the Democratic Party, as what has happened in 2000 with Ralph Nader, as what has happened in 2016 with Jill Stein, and as what is happening right now in 2024 with the chaos around the unaffiliated vote and the chaos around third party votes and the chaos around I'm not gonna vote and the chaos around bringing up a different candidate at the DNC in August in Chicago. That will be the reason. That will be the reason. And for this social worker, that causes me a great deal of grief when I know the kind of harm and irreparable damage it will cause for so many communities and so many children and so many individuals and so many families and so many seniors and our beautiful planet and our environment and our water and everything in between because people were unable to vote for harm reduction and stayed focused on one singular item instead of for the better good of all. And with that, again, Misty, thank you for the honor of being interviewed. I will land my plane.
Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Yes. And again, so glad to know some of the social workers in our society and our community personally, like yourself and Ngazi. And I understand what you face daily. Being in a similar type of red trifecta state and continue to lift you up and applaud you because I know that it is very difficult. I know some people saw something that one of the Justin Jones, had posted about, how what he did during the day, what his day like, what his day was like in the legislature, and someone in the thread said something to the effect of, "I don't know how they do it," and it when you're going into a lion's den every single day, knowing that people are against you, knowing that you have a community of 7,000 people who sent you there to address their concerns, and you're being silenced and all sorts of things. It is not easy. But thank God somebody's willing to do it, and that we just have to continue doing that. So I feel like, with social workers, some of the things that you have to endure and the people that you have to endure involves a lot of trauma. So thank you for what you do. And with that, I am going to start our closeout by giving my fabulous co-host an opportunity for some closing words and some union updates, and we'll go.
Thank you, Misty. For first, I want to turn your attention to. Shoot. I don't know if I got it up there in the nest. Shoot. I will get it up there in the nest. It's the New York Times story about the UAW's current organizing drive happening at Volkswagen in Chattanooga, and it would give 4,000 Volkswagen workers union membership. More than half have signed union cards so far, as they say that they want better pay, more generous health benefits, job protections, and job security. After the UAW strike efforts this past year, VW workers did see an increase of about 11% bump in pay. We call that the union bump. In case people don't know that term, that's what that is. That is to discourage workers from deciding or even thinking of possibly organizing a union in their workspace, because it's like, oh well, we're doing okay, and look, they just gave us another raise. It's a band-aid on a situation that could become an infected wound. So the union only needs a simple majority to file for an election. However, the UAW wants to wait to file until they have 70% of the workers with signed cards, and this is just a caution and smart strategy on the UAW's behalf, because we've seen this before and we have been here before. In 2014, the UAW made an organizing drive, and the company didn't even give us any opposition, but the Republican state leadership did. And they started a pressure campaign saying that unionization would threaten the plant's expansion. And so workers voted no. And then in 2019, the UAW tried again. This time, both the governor and the plant's CEO at the time discouraged support, and the union just narrowly lost that election. So this time, in order to kind of counter those communications and negative talking points from the company, the union wants to recruit volunteer leaders on every shift, and that would be about 125 people altogether. And they would give workers, a quick response in order to respond to the company's propaganda and any other misinformation that is being spewed during the drive. Other plants that are in play are Mercedes-Benz, where the union has 50% of union cards signed, and Hyundai, where they have 30% of union cards signed. Both of those plants are in Alabama. So right now, the one that is closest, I believe, and the one that they're focusing most energy at is the Chattanooga plant, and they have allocated $40 million to organizing. So the thought is, and based on labor analysts and labor professors who study how these things go, a win at Volkswagen would probably give a domino effect, and the other ones would follow. See, because a win would show that they actually can win an election, and a loss, of course, would have the reverse effect. Now, I do know that I did put another article in the nest, and it was about how Black women are at the forefront of the labor movement. And I know that's not a surprise for many people. And three women were highlighted. Patricia Johnson Gibson, she is a union employee for the United States Postal Service. I'm sorry. Andrea Thornton Bolden. She's with the Writers Guild. And then there's actually more than that. There's a Portland Association of Teachers worker, and sorry, her last name is Vanilla, and I did not write her first name down. And there's an SEIU woman. I'm sorry, but the article is up in the nest, and you can read it and learn more about something that we already know, which is that Black women lead the charge. Black women are constantly moving in such a way that they're trying to protect human rights, civil rights, labor rights, democracy as a whole, wherever they are, because it is something that I'm speaking as a Black woman. It's something ingrained in us. For if we're all, if we're all doing good, then we're making a better world for everyone to live in, and that's never a bad thing. A state is only blue until it's red. So we have to keep voting, and we have to do everything we can to protect our democracy, whether it's locally, statewide, or federally. And I do agree that conversations and dialogue with young people is extremely important. But there's also this portion of the country who claim to be Democrats that they want to see the demise of the establishment, and I put that in quote, Democratic Party fail. Because in their mind, the rebuild would be the Democratic leadership moving more to the left, even though that's not where most of the country sit. That's what they think will happen. And so they are also part of the push for unaffiliated, uncommitted. I call it fast food politics. We want it our way and we want it right now. I believe that there are definitely instances in our history and definitely instances in our society where a portion of the population is not being heard. And so action must be taken in order to gain that attention to bring about change. But you do so in a way that you don't cause harm in the process, like shooting yourself in the foot. Okay. And I believe that you're not adulting unless you're actually civically engaged. And the rest of this will be as well. I do not think that what they are protesting is worthy of an uncommitted vote. I could see if the Biden Harris administration was not doing anything in order to move dialogue and international situations toward one of peace. But to know, to be fully aware that the government is, or at least the Biden Harris administration is, actively working to move us toward a resolution and hopefully peace. And to still protest as if somehow they could be doing it quicker is a falsehood that is being promoted by people who are who want to see democracy fail here in the United States. And that could be libertarians, that could be MAGA Republicans, that could be those who call themselves progressives who don't see the Democratic Party as being progressive enough, or anything. Some anarchists who just want to see it all burn just to see what could happen, and that is a danger that we have to at least confront. And that doesn't mean that we argue amongst ourselves. That means that we present facts amongst ourselves. And for me to have an opinion and another person to have an opposite opinion doesn't mean that we're arguing. It means that we do not agree ideologically, fundamentally, foundationally. And that's okay too, because that is the beauty of democracy. And it is one that I embrace. However, like I said, I don't support the uncommitted vote. I don't like it. I didn't appreciate it. And I believe that leadership leads. And I believe that there are missed opportunity in at least one person in particular's leadership here in Michigan, because I believe there is a way to support the people that you represent and to have their issues highlighted and definitely brought to the forefront without doing damage to an election that's going to take place, in 8 months. Because I think, as has been said in this space today, 8 months is not a long time. I mean, look at it. We're already in March. Already. That's where we are. Already,
Yes, and
it's
it
60
just
degrees
helps
here.
shape a false narrative,
It
and
does.
and
It
and and
does.
foster a misunderstanding. Like people want to talk about it being like like a political move or whatever. But as I said at the beginning of the space, this is not politics as normal. Like this is not Democrats running against Republicans. This literally is the election of our lifetime, the election that will determine whether we are still a free country. Things are not normal.
Yeah.
So I
Right.
think someone talked about how even in having a conversation with someone you disagree with, how you start that
Yes.
conversation matters. The manner in which
Yes.
you approach them matters because it can foster further engagement and maybe, coming to a common sense of being, or it can shut someone down from the beginning. And I think what they did was they shut down a lot of people about their ideals. Because the truth of the matter is that our president and I think a great deal of the American people want a ceasefire and believe in a two-state
Absolutely.
solution. So, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
hijack your clothes, but I just
No, 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 not at
No,
all. But
I
this
just
the
wanted
this
to interject because I'm one of the people.
No, Carla,
Sorry.
no, please stop.
No.
Don't.
Okay.
Don't.
but it's the danger is that once you have passionately engaged people to view things in a certain light of the uncommitted, how are you then? What is your plan then to move them to vote for a Biden Harris administration? You have gotten them to this, but how are you going to move them to the next phase, which is where we need them to be? Because nobody wins, including their side, if you can't move them. Now, some of these people were never going to be a Biden Harris supporter or voter to begin with. And I think that that right there in and of itself is almost like a lie that's being told to the public because they were never there for the Biden Harris administration to begin with. So their votes were not going to go in that column at the end of the day anyway. And a large portion of those people had already moved away from the Democratic Party due to what they see as the inclusivity of things that they cannot agree with based on, their religious beliefs or whatever have you. And so
And
that's the
folks,
problem I have.
keep in mind, like we all have our opinions and our perspective,
Yeah, and this
but
is
and
mine.
exactly, and this I want to
Nobody
say
else's.
right, and this I want to say this is a based on someone who lives in this community, okay, grew
Absolutely.
up in this community, so that
Yeah.
to me adds weight to the opinion, even though it is
Yeah.
your perspective. But this is the community from which you came and still live, are adjacent to, and have
Yeah.
friends. And so, again, I just want people to understand that.
Yeah,
Okay.
this
So,
I'm not viewing it from afar. I am viewing it very much right up close. And I'm having discussions with people who live right in the Dearborn who have been my friends since ninth grade. I'm 51, okay? These are not random that I just met and, man on the street conversation. I know things about their family. I have met their family. I have spent time and had fellowship with their families. And so I understand the perspective of where they're coming from and how they feel about things. And I am watching the uncertainty. And so that is really what it comes down to. They have this leader who is sowing uncertainty and then asking them to be certain in November. And that to me is dangerous. And then she comes out and says, I am afraid. Well, we all are afraid because of what you've done. And now it's catching fire and it's moving on to another state and other states and
so
many states.
yes, not
And
good
so now you
leadership.
that is not a leader. A leader leads. You make a decision knowing and supporting those who say, well, I don't agree with you and I'm not going to follow that. That's okay. I'm still going to represent you. I'm still going to make sure that your issues are taken care of once I'm in Washington. But I am standing firm, and this is what I'm going to do in order to make sure that we are all protected so that come next year, you're still able to have your protest. You're still able to have a voice of dissent where you say, I don't agree. I demand more. I want better. This is a problem because what could occur is for you not to have a voice and not hear or free in this country. And that's a bad thing. A leader makes sure that the least amount of harm is being done to the most amount of people that they represent. And so I just really want to say that voter apathy is already always and definitely as of late has been an issue across the country nationwide. So if we can't reach the people who are uncommitted, we're going to have to make sure that we get those other people who are sitting on the sideline, like Pup's friend, and get them to the poll, and to the point where maybe you're not browbeating them. I'm sure everyone understands how to work the relationships of the people that they have relationships with in order to convince them to get out and vote. I mean, I did it back when I was 18. I had a friend who she was like, I don't vote because I don't really understand the issue, and you don't really want me voting because I don't understand the issue. And I said, here, let me explain what the issues are. You decide for yourself what you're going to vote for and what you're going to stand behind and how you're going to live your life and what you want to see in your future legislatively, because it will affect you no matter what. And she started off as a Republican. I believe now that she's more independent and tends to vote more democratically. But people change, and they whatever. So we'll see how this turns out for her this election. And don't think that I don't still send her information. And sometimes it's just information. Most of the time it's just information. But when she asks my opinion, I don't say, well, I'm uncommitted. I tell her exactly where I stand. She has an absolute certainty of what I believe in and what I will go to bat for. And so I just want to say, if nothing else, besides educating, besides encouraging people to get out and actually vote in November, or even primaries that are good, other primaries that are coming up in your state. Like we have another one coming up in August. I can think it's August 5th or 6th. And that is the most adult thing that we can do. And it's time to stand on this. It's time to take a stand for something, for someone, and for the rights of everyone. And with that, I will close. Thank you so much for today's discussion. I appreciate everybody that came in. I think we had some very great discussion. And, this is what spaces are for. And at least the spaces that I attend, I attend them because I understand what the conversations are going to be. And I know that I'm going to gain something from it, and it's going to be a back and forth, and it's going to be intelligent and thoughtful. And I appreciate that. And I feel that everyone that came up today gave me something that was intelligent and thoughtful, and I was able to really take it in and kind of more cement where I stand on things. And so again, advocacy arena, there is nothing like it. And I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank everyone for coming to Soul Sisters, a Michigander's TED Talk. So I appreciate uh, on the uncommitted vote, because it's facts, it's true, and like you said, leaders lead. There should not be any equivocation about that. And a good leader is able to stand on their principles and still try to represent and fight for everyone that they know. But I felt like, understandably so, she was emotional because she has emotional, familiar ties and community, connections there. I understand that. But as a leader, even here in this space, there are certain things that may get me emotional, but I don't want to show that. Okay. I don't think it's important, because I do think that it is important that not calling myself a leader, but as what I share with people, I hope that sense will be picked up for us not to be apathetic, for us to not get lost in despair with news. So I try to, in the conversations that we have and that I facilitate, to always maintain a sense of sanity and solution. Because if you're just complaining and venting, it just helps keep people in this emotional fog of anger and hopelessness, and we don't operate well from those places. So I want to ground us in truth and in power and in positivity, claiming the win, because, as I said, the fight is against good and evil. It's just that simple. All right. And Davina, I know you came back up. I didn't know if you had some breaking news or something that you wanted to add before I closed, or what.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Don't have any breaking news. I just remembered something I didn't say before, which was building off that idea of activating negative partisanship in people as a strong motivator to turn out to vote. And that is finding the fault lines, finding areas of clear discrepancy between what a Republican has said and what the facts are, so that you can discuss it in a gossipy way. Because we talked a bit about how people have kitchen table issues, they have to feed their kids, they're not always paying attention to politics. But one stress relief for people is clustering around people who are spilling the tea. So I've decided to try and take a gossipy tone as well when I am trying to turn up interest in some of the Trump dramas, because I want, I mean, I follow people who, I followed the
Well, they
philosophy
certainly,
which
Yeah, they certainly give us enough to gossip about and enough sensational stuff, like, you
Exactly.
know.
And I'm following the lead of some Biden advisors who apparently say everything else aside, we think January the 6th is going to be important to people because if it's a choice between normal and crazy, they'll choose normal, and it's up to us to keep foregrounding that issue. So I'm going to keep talking about January the 6th. And I'm going to keep talking about, Kenneth Chesbro said to prosecutors that he didn't have a Twitter account, but then he did have a Twitter account called Badger Pundit, and he's now got emails disclosed that reveal he forwarded certain things and got kicked off Twitter for saying this and this. So he's admitted in verified emails to people that he did have a Twitter account in which he put forward a theory of how to swing the election to Trump by just ways to interest people in those details, because it sounds kind of dry. Activate part of the 12th Amendment that says if a clear winner is not established by the results of the election, then a delegate from each state in the House of Representatives shall choose the president. That's dry when you start reading elements out of the Constitution. But if you have a gossipy person story to center it around, like this is what he wanted to do, he wanted to throw the election to one delegate from each state, which at the time was 26 Republicans versus 24 Democrat. People don't talk about that very much, that was their strategy to overturn it. People are like, oh yeah, well, January 6th couldn't succeed. It was a protest. But if I can help amplify that message of how they incited that violence because it was part of their plank of saying it's not resolved, it's all uncertain, there's so much controversy, no, throw the election to the House of Representatives. Anyway, whatever. My approach is stir up trouble, stir up interest, spill tea. And that's my theory of today. And I thank you. I'll land my plane.
I appreciate that. And yes, and we have some great investigative journalists who do a good job. And I know you guys have heard me talk about our Phil Williams here, who's the chief investigative journalist for News Channel 5. I'm going to be tuning into him. And you guys, I know a lot of you are following him, should watch his timeline because he is going to be spilling some tea this afternoon. And it goes, it affects the voucher bill, the initial one that got passed, because they passed the one for vouchers here for three of the largest county, Davidson County, where Nashville is one of them, Shelby County, which is where Memphis is, and I can't remember the third, likely something around Knoxville or whatever. But they were not content. So this year they have been pushing to make vouchers available statewide. And, it is just a scam. But what people need to understand, and this is how they operate, is that initial voucher bill for the three counties passed by one single vote. One vote, and there is like legitimate evidence, the guy even said it, that they literally were stooped to bribing lawmakers. One of the lawmakers is a member of the National Guard. They offered him a promotion in rank if he cast his vote in favor of them. He did not. The one who did cast the deciding vote, it has since been uncovered that he basically was bribed by a school choice voucher lobbyist. And like that lobbyist basically put him there because, I talked about how so many of the extreme right wing candidates or lawmakers that we have now ran uncontested, and many of them were funded by school choice lobbyists so that they could push this through. So, said all of that to say that. I will be looking for Phil's report tonight because he comes on at 6 p.m. Our time, Central time, but it would be 7 Eastern. And he usually is very good about updating these things on his timeline. So be looking for Phil's tea because he's going to be spilling some because he has a recording. Someone delivered a recording in his lap. So I'm hoping that he keeps digging, that we stop this advancement that is currently being discussed in this session right now of funding or making the vouchers national or statewide, because even as the same thing happened in Texas, a lot of the rural Republican areas were against this because they understand how it will affect their children, their schools, their communities, because many of these communities do not have a wide array of choice of private schools, and then the public schools that they have serve as the center of a lot of social activities in these communities, and I come from one of those. So I want to, as I said, just kind of add on to your tea thing there. And again, I want to thank all of you for coming and joining us today and participating in the conversation that we have, which I think we covered a lot of great things. We had some breaking news in here. And I want to thank all of you who have, not come up and spoken, but just listen because it matters. I see you. It's important. And I want to thank you for helping me start off my week grounded in facts and information. I hope it does the same for you and leave you with this on this. Great Monday. Also, our first advocacy arena in Women's History Month. To tell you a little story, I'll be doing a post about it later, but my granddaughter had a concert and I was just walking through the halls of her school and saw, of course, it was at the end of Black History Month and they did Motown. And it was fabulous to, hear them all singing these great songs that people in my era grew up with, but also see them playing some of the music. They did Dancing in the Street, My Girl, Please Mr. Postman, I Want You Back. They even did their little rendition of We Are the World. And then they played Superstition. My granddaughter plays the acoustic guitar. So that was awesome. And then leaving that and walking down the hall as we were exiting, seeing all of their beautiful artwork on the wall. I took a picture of one because it was the end of Black History Month, but it was of uh, Madam Vice President Harris, but it was her being the first Black senator. So it is so wonderful. I'm going to be sharing that artwork and a post about her. But Soul Sister opened with some fantastic women's history, African American historical figures, the Cowgirls. And I want to close with another, Audre Lorde, who is or was an awesome, wonderful African American poet. Lorde was born in 1934 in New York City's Harlem neighborhood. And she became the first Black student at the School for Gifted Students, Hunter High School, and then earned her master's degree in library science at Columbia University in 1961. And while working as a librarian and teacher, she kept writing. This New Yorker used her poetic ways with words to amplify injustice in race, gender, sexuality, and classism, famously identifying herself as Black, lesbian, mother, warrior, poet. She tackled essential topics head on, ranging from homophobia and racism to identity and sexuality. She's also an American Book Award winner, and she was the New York State's Poet Laureate in 1991, appointed by then Governor Mario Como. And he said her imagination is charged by a sharp sense of racial injustice and cruelty of sexual prejudice. Lorde passed away in St. Croix in 1992 after a 14-year cancer battle. She was as passionate an educator as she was a fighter, her children said. So I want to leave you with two quotes from Audre Lorde. She says, "I am not free while any woman is unfree, even when her shackles are very different from my own." She also said, "When we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it is better to speak." So that leads me to, our normal closing quote from John Lewis about making noise. So I just want to encourage you guys with this. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. So never ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. So I thank you guys for coming and joining Soul Sister and I every day or every Monday in the Advocacy Arena update and chat, participating, listening, and sharing. And I would encourage you guys to listen to the interview that I did with one of our community members, LMZ, who is a social worker, to help us celebrate and honor National Social Workers Month as well. And keep your ears tuned for the interview that I did with Mud Puppy. We're going to be conducting a series of conversations on dark money, and this is the first one. So I hope to get it up later tonight. If not tomorrow, it's great. And we just want to keep people informed so they understand and are able to connect the dots for all of this. The stories and the laws and the actions that you see being taken that we are up against, just it's important to know where they come from and how they affect us, and to know that, like I said, some of this stuff, including Project 2025, it's not new. They've just honed their tactics and their skills. So stay woke, everyone. And I want to wish you all a fabulous rest of the Monday evening. Tune in, of course, encourage everyone you can to get out there and vote tomorrow, Super Tuesday, and then tune in to the State of the Union address on Thursday. So, with that, I'm going to leave you all with peace and blessings for a wonderful week ahead. And we'll see you here next week, same time.